Test. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1,
1, 2, 1, 2.
1, 2,
1, 2.
1, 1, 2.
Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2.
Test, test, test. 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 Test, test, a little bit.
I'll be like, okay. I agree. I think we should adjust this.
I would have screened on that, especially on the discussion.
I-
Is that ignoring it at this point?
It's gonna come on, just go around and you just gotta.
They had finally gave in, who said, all right, I guess.
Here's the threads.
You got over.
So the last night, John, like,
You're late to the conversation.
Well,
It's been going on for a week.
well, and I ended up having a remote voting meeting last night, Matt, I screwed up, and he left the babysitter in the car, and I was like, whoops, like.
That doesn't sound right.
There goes Lily and Matt.
From his perspective.
I did it. I scripted you it. I can go, write my name.
I can't.
You're gonna get. When it's all nice, go around, you just wanna really find it. It's fun, they did it.
I'm sure, I almost.
Well, thank you for. Well, congratulations. For this, you were on this point, seriously.
No.
All right. Today is
September 6th, and it is 5 o'clock. This is a workshop. I'm calling this meeting to order. Those present, we have all counselors except for Counselor McGee, and we're joined by Corey Fellows and Karen Martin from SEDCO. So we have a couple of items for workshopping today. We're going to start with a 30-minute presentation from 3i Home CEA request, and then switch gears to the school building project at 5:30. So if anybody's joining online or in the room, we have a couple of workshops happening today. So with that, I'm just gonna turn it over to you, Tom, if you want to set the stage, and then Mr. Fellows, if you want to walk us through your presentation.
Sure. As has been the practice over the last several years, this council, many of you have actually had the occasion to work with similar proposals, affordable housing related TIFs. There's also a CEA policy. I will simply say about the policy that was really crafted for economic development focused TIFs. And so though we've tried to use that policy as a basic guideline for us, it really doesn't fit well in the affordable housing world. But Karen Martin did help assist them to go through that process, and it produced a number of responses that I think were helpful to the conversation. So I think the council prefers workshopping these items rather than having them on for immediate action. I will note, and I think Corey will drive this point home probably a little stronger. This is all related to their application for LIHTC tax credits, and that application is due later this month. So we're set up to have this matter back on your agenda for your action consideration on the 20th. And I think you need to make application on the 21st, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct, yes.
So I don't say that to create any time pressures. That's just the reality of the situation. We're hopeful that this forum will be a chance to hear more about the project, understand what's being asked of us, and hopefully set this up for consideration at your next meeting. So with that, Corey.
Thanks, Tom. My name is Corey Fellows. I'm a Scarborough resident. I am also Vice President of Real Estate Development for Preservation of Affordable Housing, or POA, as I'll probably refer to it going forward. We are co-developers with 3i Housing of Maine, 3i Home, on a planned project in the Downs to develop 51 units of fully accessible affordable rental housing. We do have a purchase and sale agreement with Crossroads Group, the master developers of the Downs complex. I will say, as I'm going to turn it over to Karen in a minute so she can walk you through a little bit of the nitty gritty and some of the numbers. But as Tom said, the real, the ultimate impetus for pursuing the CEA here is not really project economics, although that it definitely does have a beneficial effect there, which I can get into a little bit. It's really primarily because this so-called 9% low-income housing tax credit, or LIHTC application process, is highly, highly competitive, and it's based on a point system. And one of the key criteria is providing evidence of local support, local financial support, and that comes to bear in a couple of different categories, one of which is sort of direct project financial assistance. And as you may know, Scarborough Housing Alliance has committed $250,000 to support that. That definitely helps. And then there also are points available for real estate tax abatement, real estate tax relief in various forms, which could include a CEA. So that's what we're talking about here now. As I've indicated to folks, as I've talked about this offline with Karen and others, every point counts when you're in these competitions. And those of us who are in this industry all sort of agree. And I think most of the state housing finance allocating agencies who are involved with this, who are tasked with allocating the low-income housing tax credits, which are a critical and a scarce resource. I think everyone involved, regardless of what angle they're coming at it from, agree that it's not the most efficient way to finance anything, including affordable housing, but it's sort of the system that exists right now. LIHTC is kind of the game in town when it comes to developing affordable housing at any scale. So you sort of have to play the game, so to speak. So with that in mind, we really don't want to leave any points off the table. So the 1 point that we would get for having the CEA approved by the town council prior to our September 21st application to Maine Housing could be the difference between whether this project happens or not. And it's just just the way it is. So I will say as a secondary consideration, the real estate tax savings from a CEA would help to support additional long-term debt that we're projecting through Maine Housing. We estimate it somewhere in the neighborhood of $500,000 to $600,000 of additional long-term, first mortgage debt that helps to support the development. And again, you sort of have to piece together these alphabet soups of financing sources to make these projects happen. So that's all important. So we appreciate the council's consideration of this. As you may know, we got site plan approval from the planning board earlier this spring, late spring, early summer, which we're excited about. And to Tom's point about time sensitivity, I mean, I sat there for many years on the planning board, and I know that we never like to be felt like we were being put in a corner. People saying we've got this deadline next week or next month, so this has to get approved now. So I don't want anyone to be under that impression that we're trying to paint anyone into a corner here. It's just sort of the way the timing played out. We do greatly appreciate your attention to this and your consideration of this. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions going forward. But maybe Karen, you could sort of walk folks through the math that we're looking at right now.
Sure. So originally when the applications were submitted, they really had construction costs, which is really all they had in terms of being able to drive value. And so we had used that, they'd used that in their original application. Since they've had time developing their application for Maine Housing, they've gone through more underwriting and more analysis of the difference between construction and the actual value. And so now they've estimated the value, the taxable value is really about $5 million. So we went back and recalculated the tax table, and we did a couple of other things that which Tom wanted to do in order to match some other work that's being done. So with respect to tax rates and the projections. So we took that 5 million. We took the tax rates that are going to be applied to it. We did use a 3% increase for the tax rate on an annual basis. We looked at the new proposal or a new sense of doing revals, which is every 5 years, increasing the value by 10%. And then during those revaluations, we would take the tax rate and reduce that by 10%. So let's call it the 5-10-10 scenario. A reval every 5 years, standard increase of value at 10%, standard drop in the tax rate by 10%. And that's the table that I think you have before you.
And it's up on the
Right
screen.
in front. Yes, I just have to look up. And really that, by doing all of that, we come up with a 1.38, let's call it 1.39 million in terms of the 60% reimbursement for this project. So that's a little less than half of what we said originally, because we were talking about 14 million. But this does match some of the work that's being done with respect to the school analysis. It's a little bit different from the Joyceland Place project, because we've updated, the town's updated their sense of what we're going to do for revals and changes in the tax rates. So that's it. So it's a pretty simple calculations. Again, we're talking about the changes to the value based on some comps that they've looked at. I think one of the things, Corey, correct me if I'm wrong, this is a unique project. So there's not a lot of comps out there to determine the value. So they did go back and look at just some existing housing projects and try to come up with their best guess. And
Right, existing housing projects that are also LIHTC financed and have income restrictions. So, Griffin Road and Bessie Commons and properties like that.
Okay. And just a reminder, the 5 million did include land value and all of that. So we did need to take out 32,000, which was the tax assessor's estimate of the original assessed value. So that has been taken out for this new value calculation.
And I would say that number is likely to change with final subdivision approval. I suspect value of that lot will go up considerably. But again, I think these are reasonable placeholders for the analysis at this juncture. We kind of breezed right by this. We should mention the request is for 60% reimbursement of taxes paid. This is within the downtown district, and we could create our own additional new TIF district. We didn't see the value or the need for that. And we've done it at least twice before, work within the confines of the existing district. What's I think important to note about that is that the CEA agreement will follow the term of that TIF. And so I think it's about 26 years. Is that right?
That's right. That's an important point. And so if there were more time remaining on the TIF, we would have the opportunity to get 2 or maybe even 3 points in the LIHTC scoring, but there's kind of a big jump between 15 years and 30 years remaining, just the way that they do the scoring.
So am I understanding this right? The project's still a $15 million project, but when you're completed, the market value of what's done is only going to be around the 5 million.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
That's
These
it's
affordable
high on
projects
that.
are valued a little differently.
Yeah, sorry. Well, no, I mean, that it's an affordable project, right? So that
Right.
it's intuitive, it makes sense, but I hadn't really seen it laid out like that before, so it's helpful. The other, because you talked about the point system, and I see that if you do a 15-year TIF for 75%, you could get 2 points.
Right.
I know there's already another CEA in place there, but I don't know, is there an arrangement that could happen where we give you 75% for 15 years and you get 2 points?
My understanding of it from talking with town staff is that it's sort of a zero-sum thing. If we're taking the approach where we're essentially sort of piggybacking on what already exists in the downs. And so the two limiting factors are just, it has to add up to 100%, and can't be any more than 100%. And it's whatever's left on the term of the TIF. So those are the two things that really kind of limit us to 1 point.
I suppose you could. I think what you need to do is to pull this parcel out of the downtown TIF, create a new TIF specifically for this purpose, and then theoretically you could go as high as 100% if you wish. That seemed to be a lot of machinations, and the fact that we had existing systems in place was where we started the conversation.
Before we go down the road of trying to figure out how to maximize and shoot beyond the 1 point you're looking for, maybe you can help me a little bit with the baseline here. Now, you bought the property from the Downs, is that what I'm understanding? Or are you a tenant? What exactly is your arrangement with
We have the
Downs?
property under contract,
Okay, to purchase.
purchase and sale agreement. Yep.
So, it's funny, I learn something new every day being a counselor, and most of these things are alarming. One of them includes the notion of in lieu fees. And I understand that if you buy a property in the Downs, then they can hold you responsible for a thing called in lieu fees. And it basically reimburses them for the part of the CEA that they would otherwise be collecting that they're not, because you're now the new owner. Can you explain to us how that works, your understanding of that?
I think it depends on what's negotiated between the parties. So I'd be happy to get back to you with the details of.
Because my
what's in
bias
the
here,
agreement.
and it's really consistent one, would be to make sure that the Downs is, carrying their part of the deal. So, if they're asking the town for money, or they're going to get money from the Housing Alliance, which actually comes from the town, it comes from the taxpayers. I believe that they shouldn't treat you, like this. I believe that, if the town is going to contribute, we ought to do that if the Downs is planning to contribute.
Point of information, though, it's the Housing Alliance isn't from taxpayers, that's paid for through the developers, right? So that is.
Okay, so it comes out of impact fees.
Yeah, kind of
Okay.
an impact fee for housing.
Okay.
The one question I have for you that, again, I was under the impression when this project first came about that it was not going to require a CEA. And I think that was a commonly shared impression that other counselors had. And I don't know if it was a myth that somehow made its way to us, but that was something that I felt like at one point was out there, and that was my common recollection. So at one point, were you guys planning to do this without needing a CEA and getting the support? Or if so, what changed that made it so that now you guys need the CEA?
I honestly don't have any recollection of us ever representing to the council or anyone else that we were or were not planning on having a CEA. But it really does boil down to counting the points. And I would say one big thing that has changed is when we initially sort of introduced this project and negotiated our arrangement with the Downs, we were contemplating a 4% tax credit execution. Some of you may know there's a difference between the 4% LIHTC and the 9% LIHTC. The 4% you sort of get as of right. It's less valuable. It's only 4% of eligible project costs as opposed to 9%. So it's less than half as valuable. That resource is another, and that resource is typically paired with another main housing debt product that makes those projects feasible. It's generally very difficult, if not impossible, to develop with new construction with a 4% LIHTC. You rarely see it unless you can get a lot of what they call soft or gap financing from the state or other sources. So at one point when we a couple of years ago when we were first putting our numbers together, the assumption was that we were going to be able to utilize this, what main housing referred to as their 4% walk-in program, where you could get 4% tax credits without having to go through a competitive process where you're cobbling together points to compete against other applicants. And then that would be paired with this sort of below market interest debt from the state of Maine. That program was vastly oversubscribed. And just based on where we were in the process, the project just was not quite baked enough for us to get into that round. So that's, as of right now and for the foreseeable future, that's not an option. So we had to sort of shift gears and go to the 9%, which meant that now we're counting points. So we sort of start looking through, and our general mindset is, what are the things that we can control? There are certain things that we have that an applicant or a developer doesn't have any control over. We can't control once we have a site, the site is where it is. We can't control the geography of the site. We have our vision and our mission for the project, which is to provide housing for disabled individuals and families on a non-age restricted basis. So it's not a senior project. That's another thing that sort of we can't control. So we look at what are the things that we can control and points that we could potentially get. So the CEA became one of them. And then I would say as well that, as you know, from just seeing what else has been going on in the marketplace, costs have escalated, construction costs have escalated, interest rates have gone up. It's just getting harder and harder to get these projects to pencil and to make them financially feasible. So that just provides even more impetus for us to look for every little bit that we can get and that we can leverage. And we saw an opportunity to sort of piggyback on what was already in place with the TIP district for the Downs. And as Tom said, the general mindset was, let's not make this too complicated and just try to tap into what might be available without having to kind of recreate the wheel.
And do you need all 60% in order to get the point? Is that a hard requirement in order to get the points you need?
The baseline, the bare minimum would be 50% to get the 1 point. That's sort of the floor.
Yeah, and I think to Councillor Hamill's point, this is the point that I get confused about sometimes, is like, what is the Downs, if anything at all, contributing as a result of the CA, or how does that work? Tom, I don't know.
Nothing that I'm aware of. They're not counting a number of these units toward their inclusionary requirement. That's about the only area that intersects with the CEA that I'm aware of. Beyond that, I think I'm not privy to the terms of the land sale, but I think it's a conventional business deal of buying a lot.
It was a pretty heavily negotiated PNS, which included provisions around who is responsible for what site improvements and so forth, and they will be performing a fair amount of site work and infrastructure work that will benefit the property.
We've had similar.
Yeah.
experience
I was gonna say, we're very familiar with that.
Painfully.
I will say, we're highly motivated to negotiate a good deal ourselves because we have limited resources, and some of them are our own, some of them are public resources, public and private resources that we're leveraging. And Maine Housing, among other stakeholders, looks very closely at acquisition costs. So I think we felt like we negotiated a pretty good deal overall.
If you guys missed this September 21st application deadline, when is the next one, and what does that mean in terms of your project?
The next 9% deadline, unless Maine Housing dramatically changes course, would be a year from then.
Okay.
They typically only do 9% round per year.
So I'd like to make a comment. I mean, and I didn't mean to lead off with negative ones. I think this is a very worthy project. And I think in many ways, in terms of the scope of your services, it's unique. I think that it would add a lot of value. That notwithstanding, I do have questions, you know, and they really pertain to things that could also be potential burdens in addition to benefits. And one thing I understood and I know you're an old hand at this, being a former planning board member and a long-range planning board person. So I know you spend a lot of your Fridays and Monday nights, hours and hours for years. So thanks for doing all of that. But can you help us with the issue about parking spaces? I understand that the Downs requested, and it was approved by the planning board, that we gave them fewer number of parking spaces than would otherwise be required. Can you speak to that?
Sure. The biggest underlying thing there is, as Karen alluded to, this is a very unique property. It's really hard to find relevant comparables around, certainly around the immediate area. And even when you look around the country, I mean, we really cast a wide net, looked throughout New England and beyond, and we were able to come up with several examples of somewhat similar properties that had well below sort of a 1-to-1 parking ratio. So as I think you're aware, the conditional approval that we ultimately got from the planning board does stipulate that it can be revisited over time. And then we have one of the things that we recognized, and that the planning board and staff recognized, is that because it sort of felt like in some ways almost like a no good deed goes unpunished sort of thing, and that we had we have 100% accessible property. Most properties you'll have, people will do sort of whatever the bare minimum is. So you maybe have 5-10%, whatever it is. We have 100% accessible units, and we initially laid out our parking that way as well. As we got feedback from the planning board and others, and we went back and talked with people at 3i Home and members of their board who have a lot of firsthand experience with this, some of whom are disabled themselves and have vans and things like that. One of the things we realized is that the likelihood of having it's fairly unlikely there are going to be a lot of those vans and other vehicles that would actually take up a fully accessible extra big space. So we ended up revising our site plan so we have more of a mix of fully accessible spaces and kind of more typical spaces. So that gives us a little bit of wiggle room if we find down the road that things are tight. We do have the ability to reassess that and restripe. This is not a property like some others where we have, excess land that we could just pave over, or grass where we could just put people. So there was some back and forth over that, but we're pretty confident based on the research that we've done and the conditional approval that we got that we've got a plan that'll work.
Thanks. One other follow-up question I had is our cost to serve. I know with a facility like this, it's highly likely that it would have a more intensive cost to serve in terms of responses from emergency and so forth. So I'd like to ask the town manager if we have an estimate of that and can factor that into our decision-making process.
Counselor, we've not done a full cost to serve. Frankly, I don't know that what you suggest is accurate. It may be. I think as Mr. Fellows alluded to, one of the challenging things with a project of this type is just given its uniqueness in the population. So we don't have really good local experience to draw from and data to look to. You know, for that analysis, we typically look at number of bedrooms as a determinant, particularly for school age children. Here again, given its uniqueness, I'm not sure if that's has direct correlation. We're prepared to do something in that vein, but I don't know how confident I'll be that we get it right, to be honest with you.
So what would we do? Use a middle value otherwise? Would you use the median pricing for that? That we must have figures on. I know we haven't seen any analysis, any detailed analysis on cost to serve lately. You broached the topic, but
Can I say something,
Mhm.
please? In a former life, I know I've done a lot of things. I was a job developer for a few years for people with disabilities. And it's a fallacy to blanketly state that people with disabilities are gonna need ambulance or EMS or anything else.
let me
more
try to
than
clarify.
others.
Mine
Just
was a
please.
question. It was
I
not
know.
a statement.
I know, but
Okay.
I'm just pointing that out. I feel a need to say that. So I don't see any need to, say, oh, it's gonna cost more to serve this building than any other apartment building in town.
I stand by my question.
I stand by my statement.
And the question is, and I think that one of the things I think perhaps that Counselor Hamel and I had suggested when this got on the workshop was perhaps for finance to potentially dig into this a little bit financially. I know it's not necessarily within scope of our economic development CEA policy, but it was something that we did before with Avesta, where we kind of just tried to look at the cost to serve, all of those items. So I think before this makes it to council, if there's room on the finance agenda, that could be something that the committee could look at.
So it was brought to me before our last finance committee meeting and we didn't have time to fit it in. It was very last minute. We have another meeting next week that we've already put the agenda together. So Tom asked me about it again today and I wasn't sure what value we'd add. When I look at something like this, I see it's not about the numbers. The town is not going to make money on that. We're not looking to make money on an affordable housing development for disabled individuals. We're looking to make it work. And I don't know how we would even try to quantify what the cost to serve this type of development is for a municipality. I think the judgment, it's going to be a value judgment based, from the council about this. Is this something that you want in our town that you want to welcome and support? That having been said, the way the point system works is important and you're only going for 1 point. And I'm lost at why you're asking for 60% over 25 years when 50% over 15 years would get you that point. I would be supportive of either 15 over 15 years, but really more supportive of the 75 over 15 years or 80 over 15 years, which would get you 2 points. And I think the downs would have to kick in some for that. And I know you can make that work. The math isn't that hard. They get 15% less for this project. But hey, you know what? There's a much better chance that this project might happen. I don't know why they would be opposed to that. And you know what? Maybe the contract works. They may even get 15% on the backside, but they'd still get the 2 points for the project. So I probably just confused the heck out of everybody.
I understand.
Well, yeah, I'm following you and I'm interested to better understand those options too, to see which one is the one that's going to be best. Not to your point about the value judgment, like what's going to be the best to get the points and what's going to work that doesn't require significant effort, knowing that there's a September 21st deadline that they have to meet. So like those other options, it sounds like, Tom, that those might require additional steps on the town side.
We wouldn't be able to do those maneuvers, certainly before their deadline. And I don't have an appreciation for the consequence of that, but I might suggest it's difficult. We can assume what a third party that's not here to express their concerns or not express their concerns. What we could do is as was suggested, is bring it back to 50%. And that leaves at least some tax money flowing in. I think it goes to Councilor Hamel's point of there may be some level of services demanded. So there's something there that's within our control. And I think we can speak to that and Corey can react to whether that still works.
Well, I'd like to hear from Corey. would that impact the project negatively in any way or?
No, I think it would be a fairly neutral change. I mean, I think that there would be an impact on that secondary consideration of long-term debt service carry, because that would reduce that sort of the net operating income by that incremental amount. But in the grand scheme of things, it's not a big project underwriting driver. And so, consideration of what the council is weighing and the fact that that would still get us the 1 point, I think we'd be happy with that outcome if that's the way things went. I would like to just very quickly, and I know you have other things to get to, but just on the question of cost to serve, just take this opportunity to sort of remind everyone that, and it's an understandable, I'm not saying that anyone's jumping in at any conclusions, but we do find as we talk with people about this project that it's sometimes helpful to remind everyone that it's not supportive housing and it's not senior housing. Those are two things that are very important services that are out there, but that's not what this is. So again, central to the whole vision here is that this is intended to be to promote independent living. To the extent that people may need some extra support with certain things, getting to doctor's appointments or other things like that, we will have, and part of what's written into our budget is to have resident services programming so that we can partner with local groups to make sure that people can get extra assistance with those types of things. But we don't anticipate this being like, it's not a nursing home. It's not supportive housing. So just wanted to quickly make that point.
And I'd like to say that I would support this, but I would want to see parity in whatever contribution comes from the town, from the towns. That they contribute an equal amount and that they not require, that to come from someplace else or don't require somebody to pay them back for the fact that we bought property for them. So that's my position.
Great. So it sounds like this will likely make its way to our next agenda. I think maybe one thing for council to consider is the original request of, is it 60% for 25 years or 50% for 15? Is that
That's the minimum.
the minimum? Okay. Great. Well, thank you, Corey, for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. All right, we'll take a quick break to let the next group come in. I think there might be people outside.
Food coming in too. Yep. I think we'll do the food.
We'll see if I can also.
All right. We are back and we are moving on to the second item in our workshop, which is the school building project. We are joined now by the school building committee, the school board, and school staff. And I'm going to pass it over to Dana to kind of kick us off, the school building committee chair.
Thank you. And I'll also ask Jeff to provide a few comments as well, but I appreciate the time tonight. I think we're presenting some interesting information here tonight. Again, sort of a continuation of the previous workshops that we've had, hopefully culminating in successful vote to move the project forward this evening. Lisa, I don't think we want to go to the next slide. I can move that over so we can see the. There we go. So just a quick review of the agenda tonight. We are going to just spend another quick minute just to refresh why we're doing this, why we're suggesting this. We'll talk a little bit about the overall solution. We'll talk about the land. A bit more information on offsite cost estimates. Been some questions on that. I think we have some interesting information to provide tonight. That'll give everybody, I think, some clarity on some of the costs, offsite costs. And then we'll sort of the last item on at least what we'll be presenting will be some of the total cost, pro forma operating budget. We can talk about the impact to taxpayers and also the debt rating information. So and then after that, we'll have a 30-minute session to just have an open conversation around any questions that people may have or things that we need to talk about this evening. So I don't know if you want to, Jeff or Diane, if you want to add anything to that. But.
We just dive right into the first part.
All right.
Here in the why. And so, as we've outlined multiple times and talked about, we've had students in temporary portable classrooms since the early 2000s. So enrollment in Scarborough in terms of having all of our students being able to attend school in a school building, we've been in need of facilities since that time. So this solution addresses and is able to, once constructed, the unified K-3 campus would eliminate all of our portables, both in the K-2 schools as well as our sixth grade. And also unify and bring together all of our educators on one campus, which as the project design anticipates, it's really a state-of-the-art facility for our youngest learners, and bring together all of our educators onto one campus and provide the best possible facilities and educational experiences for our expert educators and teachers and staff and students. So that's really the why behind this. And in addition, as our enrollment indicates and the updated projections that have been presented, we're looking at continued growth in terms of enrollment over the course of the next 10 years, in particular in the next 4 or 5, most acutely at our K-2 age in schools, which several of our open dialogues and presentations have outlined. So that's another piece in terms of the urgency, in particular incoming 2027 class. I think it's between 50 and 60 additional kindergarten students and first grade students who will be enrolled in Scarborough schools based on live and real births, kids who are already in our town and will become of school age in 2027.
I think we have a short video that we're gonna ask town to play so that we get all of our audio.
Have you stop your share?
Yeah. So the video provides an overall, the overall thinking behind the design of the K-8 strategic plan. We'll have to go in just a second here.
No work.
Hello and welcome. My name is Lisa Salwin. I'm an architect and principal at Harriman Architects and Engineers. I also lead our pre-K through 12 design studio and am the lead architect for the Scarborough Strategic School Solution and Primary School Project. I'm excited to walk you through the process and the thinking behind the new primary school project and the middle school. But first, a quick overview of what the project is. It's a K-8 strategic solution to solve overcrowding and facility deficiencies by shifting grade levels. It is a middle school renovation to ensure every program has a space, and it's a new unified K-3 school that meets the current and future needs of our students. As the result of a robust educational visioning and programming process, the stakeholder groups arrived at a design language and community talking points made up of guiding principles, design patterns, and a design statement. We were charged with incorporating the 7 guiding principles, the 22 design patterns, and designing to the design statement that reads, an intimate community of innovative, flexible, and inspirational learning neighborhoods that fosters inclusivity, collaboration, and hands-on learning. The result is a school within a school model. That's 2 schools within one. Each school organized around a courtyard organizational pattern with shared spaces in the middle. A school within a school approach allows us to create intimate learning communities, cultivate collaboration, create greater connectedness, and strengthen an overall sense of community. This design provides a 2-story solution with a lower primary school on the left and upper primary school on the right. The lower primary school has grades K and 1 grade level per floor. Upper primary has grades 2 and 3, 1 grade level per floor, with the shared spaces in the middle that are accessed from the main street, an upper primary school main street or a lower primary school main street. This allows the students to access the shared program spaces that are unique to their school, or if there is a need to be able to share spaces, they can access across these shared spaces. The classroom neighborhoods are organized around courtyards. This allows us to be efficient with circulation. It was important that we understand how far a student or staff needs to travel within the school. Less travel time equals more education time. However, one could argue learning happens everywhere throughout the school. The distance it takes to travel from the lower primary school entrance to the furthest classroom within the primary school is no greater than the distance from the front door of 8 Corners to the furthest classroom within 8 Corners. This is true for both the lower primary and the upper primary schools. These classroom neighborhoods are set up so that there are 3 per grade, and the neighborhoods are 3 or 6 classrooms. The 3 classroom neighborhoods set up with 3 or 6 classrooms help us continually create a scale and intimate learning communities for the students. The classroom neighborhoods organized around the courtyard provide efficient circulation, daylight to the classrooms, secure outdoor learning, and it helps with wayfinding. As one transitions from the main street to a classroom neighborhood or classroom neighborhood to classroom neighborhood within either the lower primary or upper primary schools, you have a visual connection back to a courtyard, making it clear where you are within the building at all times. This rings true too as you circulate the shared spaces in the middle, as there is a courtyard between the music library and the main streets. Another guiding principle was school as a community resource. By positioning the gym and cafeteria at the rear of the building, we're able to secure them off from the rest of the program spaces, allowing community access before and after school. The 22 design patterns are integrated throughout the design, and although I can't speak about safety and security features publicly, I can assure you that layers of safety and security are integrated throughout the design to ensure that this is a safe, secure, and welcoming learning environment. We have separate bus and parent drop-off, which is the safest way to lay out bus and parent access. We have 2 drop-offs for parents, 1 dedicated to the upper school, 1 dedicated to the lower school, providing adequate queuing.
We have accommodated future addition space to ensure that if there is a need to add on, we do it so that we maintain the school within a school approach. And we have playgrounds for the upper and lower schools. The entrances to the schools are unique in both scale and color, providing scale appropriate to the age of the students and color that provides a unique identity to each school. The outdoor learning areas provide spaces for collaboration and learning from each other as well as hands-on learning. The middle school incorporates renovations to provide adequate educational spaces for programs that don't have space. The site design removes the portables as well as provides emergency access to the site. In summary, we'd like to thank all of the stakeholders who helped to define the design language and allow us to provide you an intimate community of innovative, flexible, and inspirational learning neighborhoods that foster inclusivity, collaboration, and hands-on learning.
Back to the PowerPoint, thank you for running that. That was much more seamless than we've run it in the past. So that was the overall school solution, and now we'll move on to the land solution. Pass this over to Dina and Jeff.
Yeah, so just to recap, I think most of you have seen this before, but there was a tremendous amount of due diligence that went into evaluating a number of parcels across the entire town. 46 sites were identified and evaluated, and we'll talk a little bit about the criteria here in a minute, but ultimately it boils down to 4 sites that were most closely aligned to the selection criteria, and ultimately the one that checked off the most of those criteria was the parcel in the Scarborough Downs that's being considered. So if you go to the next slide. The site selection criteria, I think it's important to highlight, safety, environmental impact, capacity for future expansion, soil and topography, utilities. Utilities is a big one, along with transportation, safety, and traffic. Public services, availability, and cost are all considerations as part of the analysis that was conducted. As I mentioned earlier, ultimately from those 46 sites, we boiled it down to approximately 4. We'll talk about that here in a minute. There's a little bit more information that we have in terms of summarizing those high level, that high level analysis, some of the costs associated with the site development. It's important to mention that the site in the Downs is one that can support a long-term solution for the K-3 school, while taking pressure off the middle school and some of the other schools as well. So the other thing that I think is important to mention, just along the lines of traffic, is this solution does pull traffic out of the Oak Hill area. It really helps to alleviate traffic that would have otherwise been going to Wentworth from there, and then displaces it to other locations. Also shortening, the ultimate travel distance for residents that may be on the west side of Scarborough. So go to the next slide. Again, this is just, if anybody's interested, there was a couple of different sessions that we did on this topic. If people want to go back and sort of recap, certainly can do that. QR code will take you there.
And we're also running Q&A sessions going forward on this topic as well on September 24th and October 24th.
Thank you. So I think everybody's familiar with the location at this point. The cost of the site is 7.3 million, confirmed with our appraisal, town's appraisal of the property, which I think is important to mention in terms of what's being considered for fair market value. So we can go to the next slide. So this is sort of a qualitative cost comparison of the sites. On the far left column, you'll see the Downs. This in the Downs, that column includes the land acquisition cost that's at the top. And you'll notice there are 4 other sites that were considered seriously: Foley, Two Rod Road, Enterprise, and Grandin. You'll notice that the land acquisition costs are not known for those. Those parcels would be we would have to procure them at what would be considered fair market value, so that's a bit of an unknown. But where we did do a fair bit of work was around the site development costs. So if you look at the costs associated with the site development, which would include things like what would it take to install underground ground improvements to support the structure itself, all of the road network around the site and to the site if that's required. And then the next line under that is offsite improvements, which would be considered things like traffic improvements, improvements to intersections, stoplights, etc. So you'll notice there's for the downs, we've got the 4.025 and the 1.8 million that are called out, and there's some other work there down below with ground improvements that you'll notice, and so that brings us to a development cost total of 28 million. As you read across the page there, for the other sites, the development costs are listed. There are a number of reasons why they're different. Some of them have to do with geology, some of them have to do with sewer extensions or utility extensions. But we wanted to provide this view tonight just to provide any clarity around the other 4 sites that were considered in addition to the downs. Next slide. So this is,
All the footnotes.
these are all the footnotes. And we're not going to read through them all because we don't have enough time, but if anybody's wondering, where some of the numbers are coming from or what was assumed as part of that, you'll notice that there's some parentheses in some of the, right to the right of some of the costs. Find the footnote and it'll take you to a bit more information around the assumptions that were used.
This offsite cost estimate.
Yeah, so I don't know if was Al going to talk to this one or you want me to cover this one? I can do this one. So yeah, so the offsite, obviously there are some things that need to be done. We know that the Sawyer Road improvements will need to happen, and that's going to mainly consist of capacity improvements, which are turning lanes and potentially signalization of intersections, pedestrian and bicycle improvements, coupled with things to keep speeds to reasonable levels on Sawyer Road. So there's the intersection of Route 1 and Sawyer Road that'll have to be addressed, and then the intersection of Sawyer Road and 114. There are some other improvements there associated with widening sidewalks. Like I said, constructing turn lanes and potential signalization of different intersections at either end of Sawyer Road.
We cover everything.
All right. So the what we're calling the easterly access is sort of having a 26-foot wide paved roadway. The easterly access allows sort of that additional access point into the downs, connecting from the school to Sawyer Road from within the downs. We are anticipating a 8-foot wide sidewalk on one side with a 200-foot left turn lane, potentially upgraded water and sewer, and some power improvements. The driveways along that parcel or along that road would need to be upgraded and reconstructed as a result of the improvements that will happen along the roadway itself. And we anticipate those costs to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 1.8 million.
Hey, Dana, one of the questions that has come up because of the roadway access is a perspective that there may need to be a need to acquire homes. And I just want to clarify for the public, because that's come up a few times, there is no home acquisition being complicated in order to accommodate these roadway improvements. These are really just roadway easements that we may need.
Correct, yeah, so nothing with any part of this project on any of the roadways require the acquisition of family homes or they do require some easements or the acquisition of small strips of property to accommodate things like sidewalks or underground utilities. And or, you know, for example, perhaps a turning lane. All of that would be done within the existing you know, rights of way. And I think in some cases there's some small strips of land that would need to be acquired, but relatively minor.
Just if I could, I'm pleased that you characterize this as easterly access without kind of being any more specific, because I think, at least in my mind, there are a number of options that are certainly worth exploring to see what makes most sense for the project, but also for the residents. And for our part, we're committed to, once that preferred route is identified, to really engaging the residents and seeking their input to make sure that we can really build either a new road or an improved road that's going to really maximize their experience as well.
Great, thank you. Offsite improvements, what we're calling offsite improvements. Offsite improvements are off the school property itself, what would be the school property. So this is within the actual Downs development. We do anticipate some additional traffic coming from sort of I guess it would be the northwest. You'll see Paddock Road there, which is going to be one of the main thoroughfares through the Downs. We anticipate needing to accommodate some additional turning radius, you know, requirements for school buses, but also to accommodate a bit more volume through that traffic volume through that area. So there'll be again some Paddock Road improvements, some Center Street improvements, which are in the blue, and then a connector road that leads over to that easterly access that we just talked about. And then, of course, there's some school street improvements that'll be immediate to the school parcel itself, just to the Blue Pond side of the school parcel there.
So next we have the cost review. So the slide you see here is the overall project costs. And this includes the primary school, the building itself, the site work. It includes the middle school renovation, including site work. Those costs include construction costs and soft costs, which includes to a total project cost. So for the building, either renovations or new build with the primary school and the site work on the site, that total is 140,022,142 for the primary, 4,118,360 for the middle school for combined, 144,140,502. Now, all the site costs, all the school land costs, and one point of clarification, that is the school land cost plus fees for, I believe it's the deed, title insurance, title insurance. So that includes the title insurance in there. And then the off-site costs and the down easterly access road and soil road that Dana just walked us through, those numbers are represented there as well. So when you add all those numbers together, the total concept project cost is $160,323,066. This assumes the project passes the November 23 referendum. That's what those figures are projected. That passes there, and then it stays on the construction schedule outlined. If that were to move, those numbers will change.
May I interject quickly here? Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. Yes.
Perfect. Sorry, I'm not there in person. Really quickly, John, just as you and the rest of the counselors consider this during your town council meeting, it's probably, we from the board feel that it's important to see that the bond accurately reflects the cost. So potentially entertaining a adjustment to the price so that the bond referendum language actually includes the cost that you see here is something that we would like for you to consider if possible.
Thank you.
Sharon. To Jeff and Diane talk about projected operating budget.
So we presented this slide a couple of times just to illustrate, you know, we've also been discussing the overall tax impact of this project as well. But moving forward, the benefit of a unified campus solution is that the overall impact long-term is significantly less in terms of, you know, the operating expenses that we're going to be facing should this solution not be voted through. So, you know, it's going to continue year to year trying to figure out how we're going to handle our increased enrollment. And so we're trying to, you know, approximate what would happen if scenario in terms of having to continue with temporary classrooms, perhaps considering more portables, perhaps considering continued Band-Aids for outdated buildings, and operational costs associated with that, anywhere from, you know, utilities to smaller capital improvement projects, and then continuing to operate multiple K-2 sites. So there are a whole lot of additional costs associated with maintaining, you know, our 3 K-2 existing sites, as well as potentially considering a 4th if we were unable to house an expansion of students in the coming years between now and year 2027, 2028. So a lot of those operational costs and the budget and what that looks like could incur significant unnecessary, frankly, costs to the taxpayer, to the community.
What is that number?
So this
The other
is
number, I know what this number is. What's the other number you're referring to that this is better than? The operating budgets of the continuing schools, what is that figure, you know?
the savings that we would realize once the new unified K-3 school is built and opened in the fall of 2027.
So I think you're referring to the business case that was provided in the comparison between right sizing those 3 and building a 4th versus this school.
But if you added up the operating budgets of the other schools today with this, what would that other number be?
I don't know what the number is off the top of my head, but it wouldn't be an apples to apples comparison because that's
Would it be 16 million? Would it be more or less? Do you have an idea?
it'd be less grades, so it would be less.
Thank you.
So this is just kind of talking the impact of taxpayers, and you know, just note that that these calculations include the potential additional debt service that would be contemplated for a community center and a library expansion. So if you look at removing that, you know, these numbers do go down to a certain degree. So what it amounts to is that for every $100,000 of assessed value, it's approximately a $50 impact to your tax bill. So if you own a home of $400,000, it's an assessed value of $400,000. And I'll point out that the difference between assessed value and sale value. So the assessed value is what the town is assessing your home at. That's what's being used to calculate your tax bill. So if your home is assessed at $400,000, your tax bill would increase $200 more per year to support the school project, which is it's about 55 cents a day, a little over 50 cents a day for a home valued at 400,000. So how much will your taxes increase per year? Just because of the way the bond is sort of amortized, during the first 10 years of the bond's life, it will increase more than typical. So the highest years are 2027 and 2028, where you'll see a 4.9 to 5.6% increase. And again, these numbers include the community center and the library expansion. So in averaged all out, it's about a, it's like I said, it's about a 3.7% increase. So the council's goal for year-to-year average increase is 3%. And so, you know, this does push that up to 3.7. Like I said, the impact is around $200 for a $400,000 home. Just to sort of illustrate what I just talked about in terms of debt service as a percent of prior year operating budget. This sort of shows, you know, how if you look, you know, if you find 13% on there and sort of draw a line across, everything above the 13% point is sort of what is over typical, and then you can see it falls off in the out years. And that's really just a function of the amount of principal that remains on the bond, and other debt that the town is dropping off in terms of you know, things that are being coming to the end of their life, or coming to the bonds are coming to the end of their you know, maturity cycle.
Next steps in discussion. So just for those that may not be aware, there are weekly question and answer sessions going on, focused on topics that we've heard consistently throughout the process in the community. There are 6 themes. You can see what they are up on the screen. We've had 3 already, had a lot of great questions in those, and we invite everybody to attend those. Again, those are weekly. Up until November 5th is the last one. And then post-referendum draft schedule, again, this assumes if this were to go on the referendum and therefore the referendum were successful, what it would look like going forward. So referendum on November 7th, and then there'd be approximately 12 months, 6 months for design development, 6 months for construction documents. So you wrap those up in the fall, early late December, early January of 24-25, and then construct the building and have it ready for occupancy in the year 2027.
But quick question.
Yeah.
Sorry. I was just looking at the link. Thank you. Yeah, sorry. I was just looking at the language in the letter of intent in the closing, and it said the project design has to be submitted and completed no later than March 29th, 2024. And it's looking to me like you've got a date of November 2024.
So
It's part of the buyer's conditions of closing. It's item
I
number
guess it's
9.
how you define design. So the design is done. Technically, the design is done right after concept. The documents are done in November 24. So I guess that would be a point of clarification.
I don't think what's envisioned and contemplated in the option agreement is full 100% construction design documents. I believe we'll be able to satisfy that internal date.
Okay.
It's really site design as it pertains to road network infrastructure and you know, connection points and that type of thing.
At the end of the presentation. Turn back over to you, Dana.
Yeah, no, so I guess we'll open it up for questions. Certainly, a lot of information here tonight. I think the team has made good progress. Appreciate all of the support from members of council, members of the building committee, consultants, school board, superintendent, assistant superintendent, teachers, staff. Anyone that I might have missed. Yeah, it's been a long road, so. Thank you.
All right, any questions?
I did have one question, going back to the process that you went from 30, you know, from 30 sites from 46 that were originally identified down to 4. And those remaining 4 you had, and I think it was on slide, it's like 13, I think it is, where you talked about Downs, Foley, Two Rod Road, Enterprise, Higgins, and Grandin. So if you had to go back to that date now, and you know we know what we know now in terms of what we've been doing in terms of trying to negotiate with the Downs. What's your feeling about that in terms of difficulty level? Would it have been easier if we had picked another site other than the Downs?
No, I don't think it would have. And here's why. Each one of those other sites had challenges that would be potentially more difficult to navigate than what we're having to deal with in the Downs. And I'll say, for example, the Foley site has some tremendously difficult access issues. So when you look at JDR Trust, so JDR Trust accessing that site via that parcel, which they said, hey, we would provide it to you, but it would be a near impossibility, like less than 0.1% chance that the Army Corps of Engineers would give us a permit across a very sensitive wetland area.
You had four, you don't need to go through each one, but you had four that you evaluated: Downs, Foley, Two Rod, and Grandin. Enterprise Higgins never made the cut. That's a 30-acre parcel. It's come up several times.
Yep.
It's a lot bigger than the actual footprint we found out that we needed. After all, we didn't need a minimum of 25. We actually are getting by with 21.87. So because we were taking on the wastewater remediation task with that parcel. So and guess what? They're on
Wastewater
Higas Parkway.
Wastewater remediation with which parcel?
What is the one that you
Stormwater.
selected, the Downs one? Stormwater, sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, there's no remediation.
Well, then correct me with the right term, but we are going to take on the costs associated with that. And I understand those costs have gone up recently. Do you have a new figure for those?
So we will have to deal with our stormwater as we would with any site.
Do you have a revised figure for what we estimate that will cost us?
It's in the presentation here
Well,
tonight.
could you quote it for me so I don't have to flip through the slide deck? Thank you.
I believe it was $3 million
I'll have to slip to it.
was what we had, what was changed in one of the meetings where
We don't have the comparison as to what changed in this one. It was essentially, we were going to buy the land to put it out on its own site or move it onto the site.
Right. I sat through those conversations, so I know the conversation that took place.
We don't have that figure.
The point I'm trying to ask here, maybe
Yeah.
this may be academic. If it is, forgive me, but you have been right as rain in terms of your selection. Looking back on it now, would you have done it differently? Would we have, and we haven't really even calculated the value of everything that we're giving to the Downs. And a lot of these things, and we'll speak to the option agreement later on this evening, but even some of these things we're required to do and have substantial value to the Downs. We're required to have them done by the end of October.
Yeah, so I think if you look at the qualitative comparison, you'll see that, every other site would be more costly to develop than what we're doing at the Downs.
Including the costs of infrastructure, picking up 30% of the infrastructure in the Downs, including improvements to Sawyer Road.
Includes on-site development, off-site improvements, utility extensions, ground improvements. If we can go back to that slide.
But what that does not include is a price tag that we should, as responsible stewards of the public's money, that I'm referring to the council now. Our goal is to make sure that we're keeping track of the costs and benefits of things. So if we're giving away zoning improvements that are going to be worth tens of millions of dollars, over potentially $100 million for 475 additional units, that would be approved if this thing gets signed, subject to the growth management ordinance. That's worth a lot of money to the Downs.
point of information, Councilor Hamel, where are you getting those numbers? Because I don't think anybody on the council has seen anything that
Well, I'm
you're
asking,
saying right now.
we have a figure of what the zoning things that we are required to change. We're obligated under the option agreement to give them, to complete them using reasonable
Yes.
efforts
And
by the end of October. Do
Karen
we have a value on
Karen Martin from Sedco provided that analysis to the council back in April. And that is not for the committee to respond to. I think the question that Councilor Hamel is asking is really to understand why those other sites are inferior to this other site, despite, the
That's really
Things
not
we're
my
doing.
question, but I'll let you continue with it.
Okay.
It's not-
Well-
If I may, can I interject really quick? Because Don, what I heard you asking in the beginning was if we could do this again, would the committee make a different choice and a recommendation? I don't, to John's point, I don't think that it's the committee's purview to look into what your zoning ordinances are going to cost or not going to cost. But what I will tell you is that that committee was not charged with finding the easiest solution for the school. The committee was
thing.
charged with finding the very best solution for our community as a whole. And when the work was done and the numbers are considered, the Downs is the one that rose to the top. The reason the appraisal, the purchase price isn't available for all of those pieces of land is because we have done one appraisal, and that's on the property we wanted to move forward with. We haven't done appraisals on the others. So what you can compare to really compare apples to apples is you can compare the costs that are associated with the offsite improvements, with improving the land there. Those are things we can tangibly look at and compare numbers to. What we cannot do is make guesses about what potential pieces of land are going to cost. So
I
hopefully that
understand.
makes sense.
No, I understand, and I appreciate your response there, and I think it's a fair statement, no problem. But these are still questions that need to be answered, that I personally feel compelled to answer as a counselor, and that my fellow counselors have to answer. We've been spending a lot of time answering emails, trying to address some of these things, and even as of this late hour, I don't think we have a good handle on what the true costs of this are to the town. So, and what the full obligations are implied by the option purchase agreement, and also some of the projections that we're making around tax impact, which I think are highly speculative. So at any rate, but I appreciate, I think the work you've done is admirable. I think that you've really designed a perfect solution. And it's very clear from the beginning. My wife and I participated in the visioning exercises. I think there's no question this is an ideal proposal, but for the standpoint that it is huge, that in terms of, I mean, it's bold. I think it accomplishes all the things you say that it would. But we are where we are. And I think it's going to be a very tough road to hoe. It's been like pulling teeth to get to this point. And I think that everyone deserves a lot of credit who participated in any aspect of this. So, and at the end of the day, I talked to Shannon at the last meeting and, confirmed that we're still friends, we're still talking. And I promise you will, that'll remain. You have my commitment for that, no matter what happens at the polls. If it gets to the polls in November, have my support to find out what we can do, what's the best solution for the entire town. But we're not quite to that point yet. And it's been very challenging even getting to this meeting. So thank you. Thanks for the presentation of those.
Are there any other questions or comments from other counselors? Yep.
I was curious how many residents have actually participated in the building steering committee, because I understand you have like subcommittees and then you have the base committee, and then we're also looking at school board members. Do you have an estimate?
Ooh, well, subcommittees, you had to add them all up, I would say it's. And you'd have to look at folks that we've lost over the years and folks that have joined. I would say it's probably upwards of 30 plus people.
Okay, and I think,
I would agree with that.
and what I'm curious about is because, we're looking at our inbox, lots of email, but yet we have 30 plus residents who've spent multiple years working with the building steering committee who specifically are in support of this. So I think it's just kind of a reminder for council and for everyone that, yeah, we're getting some negative comments, but we also have 30 plus residents who have worked extremely hard at this and are 100% behind it. And that's why they're here today. So.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, it's a great comment. And I think it's residents, it's been school staff, even the kids. The kids have been involved and we've gotten their input as well, which is important. The one comment I'll make just around, just to respond a little bit to the concept of it being a big project. It is a big project. It's a big project because the town hasn't addressed this issue for far too long. It's been 20 plus years. We've done nothing. The only thing we've done is add portables to the existing schools. So it's a big problem that we need to fix. We need to fix it quickly. If we don't fix it, it's going to be an even bigger problem that's still going to be there. So I'm hopeful that council tonight is able to take action that puts us in a better spot and secures a solution that'll put us to rest for the next hopefully 30 to 40 years.
Longer. Yeah.
Well, I'm anticipating it. I'm anticipating a lot of positive things happening in Scarborough, so.
Right. I just want to thank you guys again for coming, and to Counselor Shoup's point, a lot of work, energy, effort has gone into this, and it is going to be a challenge, as Counselor Hamel said, to kind of bring all that great work that's happened over multiple years into a package that residents can absorb. I think we're seeing that now is there's so many different ways to message things and try and get to the point. And there's so many reasons why this is a great solution that people need to kind of dig in and try and understand. I think you guys have done a phenomenal job. It's been a pleasure being on the committee as a council liaison with Counselor Seither and seeing everybody really dig in and put as much energy behind this as was required to get us to this point. It's safe to say that you guys have done all the work you need to do, and now it's up to the council to validate that, and then for the voters to ultimately decide whether this is the right solution for Scarborough or not. So I want to thank you all, everybody here, for your hard work. If things do move forward, then the work continues and probably gets harder at that point. So I really appreciate not only the work done to this point, but certainly the intensive work that's to come in the future. So thank you. Is there any other comments? And then I think we have our financial advisor here to talk a little bit about debt and kind of a look into what this is. He gave a bit of a preview at our last meeting.
Either make room for Joe at the table, or are you comfortable with the podium, Joe?
So while we're doing that, I have a question for the chair and the town manager. So is there any plan for there to be public comment at the workshop, or is that going to be limited to the agenda?
If we end early, we could probably start some public comment. It just depends on if we end early or not. But for now, any comment on related to the order would likely happen later in the meeting.
So as Joe gets comfortable, as Joe gets comfortable here, Joe's going to share with us a couple of kind of highlights on kind of bonding in general. Joe's intimately familiar with our town, kind of our debt profile. And he's equally adept at understanding what the rating agencies are concerned with in terms of assessing a community's risk, or said another way, ability to pay. And all of those are certainly very critical pieces to how we're received in the bond market and what we could expect going forward. So with that, Joe, I know you have a number of prepared slides that might help guide the conversation.
Yes, and I had a tome 2 months ago talking about just fiscal awareness of the town and its credit. I really trimmed it down to really talk about, should the voters approve the project, should a bond issue be forthcoming, that what will the rating agencies look at? Because I think people are concerned with paying, but also concerned with maintaining the high quality rating that the town enjoys in the marketplace. Scarborough is many of us were teenagers when we had our school closed in September, and all of a sudden the pants get too short, and then they get more and they're too long, and back and forth. And so there's not a good mix until we're adults. When we stabilize and decide, we're size 38 waist, 30, and stay there. So I'm going to be talking about that. The first slide is just for your reference. I'm not going to go through it. It's the rating process, and it's the rules of the main statute that allow us to structure the debt. And we try to not manipulate it. We try to use it to the extent that it's advantageous to us, to the taxpayers. And one thing, I've got 77 municipalities in Maine as clients. We just did a $55 million financing for Bar Harbor, 120 million for Edward Little High School. I remember when I did Winslow High School only costs $7 million. Can't buy a school for that anymore. But one of my major concerns is sticker shock to the taxpayers, because ultimately they're the people who are going to vote for or against the project. They're the people ultimately going to have to pay for the project, and their rating will determine the cost of capital in the future. And so that's where I've approached in this particular analysis. Page 3. This is just forget that. Next page, sir. There you go. Forget about all the other ratios. These are the 4 things the rating agency is going to look at. Scarborough has the benefit of having almost 23% of its land that's not exempt, not developed, but except for green space, is potentially available for future tax-based growth. This is an incredibly important aspect, because to the extent that you're picking up more debt, the expectation is now down to building permits that there'll be some growth in your population and perhaps your structures, and that'll provide tax base that will help mitigate the future impact of debt. In other words, not just staying 2023 levels, and they're trying to figure out what's going to happen in 2035, 2040. Building permits, and I've put this together to sort of show, of course, we had COVID. I intentionally have knocked off, normally I use 10 years, I only use 5 or 6 because of the COVID anomaly that created, but there's a incredible benefit from a totally capitalistic, totally hard-nosed banker point of view. And maybe, the building beside you took your site of you had or something. Just from an economic point of view, this type of building activity and its continued building activity shows 2 things. First, it shows that Scarborough is aggressive in terms of allowing its tax base to grow. And the expectation is underneath the skirt is that it looks to me like Scarborough is a permitting town in terms of allowing growth to happen, as opposed to restrictive. And I know that we do have growth ordinances and things like that, but overall, considering the values would be the second. And what I've done is, it's interesting because statute requires that you have 75–80% of your assessed that your equalized state valuation can't exceed 75% of your assessed valuation. And what this tells me here is that, and you've had some revals, and I went through that with you a couple of years ago, but it looks to me like we have a realistic valuation vis-a-vis what your assessed is. And so the numbers actually have some strength here, as opposed to if your assessed was here and your equalized was there, which number do you look at? And the last is the debt. And what we've done, and when Tom first got here, we did a substantial $42 million worth of school debt that we were able to structure it in a manner in which we didn't increase the annual debt service amount for the budget for 5 years, because we were able to structure it accordingly. And what we've seen here, you have peaked in 2018, and your debt is very manageable, $88 million. We are going to do a financing for about $9 million in a couple of weeks, but that will probably be offset by the bonds that will mature in the same year over that period of time. So we're just replacing one with the other. Debt per capita is a very scary concept. Debt percent valuation really makes, that's the key. And this is what the rating agency is going to look at. And then they're going to put in 160 million, 023, 066, whatever, on top of your debt. and see where it is as percent of equalized valuation. And for a very brief period of time, the expectation is it'll bump up to the 3% range, which is about considered absolutely normal, with the extent that if you have less than that, either you're doing a lot of pay-as-you-go financing or you're letting infrastructure fallow. And if you look at then the population is the left-hand side. So you look equalized state value on the right, population on your left, tremendous spurts of growth that the expectation with the increased 22% of available land for a tax base with an attractive school. That should be a magnet for people to want to move to Scarborough instead of Falmouth or Yarmouth. Who knows? Maybe you don't want them. I don't know. But but that's a policy decision, not my decision. But we're seeing a very rapid increase in growth. And so that's where your pants are too short here and they're just right here and they're too long there. This is where they look at the trends. And so this is what the rating agencies are going to value the rating on. Just as one page. I had provided this to you before. How do you measure up? We always sort of wonder how we are to our peers, and we always want to be better, or at least match our peers. But your household per capita buying power, Scarborough is perceived as a fairly affluent community. You're 149% of household buying power per capita, which is a very strong range. Market value, twice an extremely strong range in terms of market value. And again, now you go back to the assessed value, those are probably real numbers because they're consistent. Top 10 taxpayers, less than 10% is perfect. The whole idea is if you have greater than 10% of your top 10 taxpayers, you don't have the diverse tax structure you have. And I'm just prepared the official statement for the town in terms of your taxpayers. I mean, talk about diverse. You're not just have a tomato farm up in Madison, Maine. There's a very diverse tax base. Fund balance. Remarkable strides have been made to get rid of the highest draw on fund balance back in the early 20s, early teens. But your available fund balance, 11.53%, is right on target. It's considered strong. Rating agencies want you to have 25% fund balance for AA credit, and I tell them that doesn't make sense for Maine. Is politically correct way of saying it. Predominantly owner-occupied single-family homes. You're not subject to a cigarette tax or a gaming tax or other things that I did financing for the Cumberland County Civic Center, and you could sort of see where the recession was in terms of admissions. And so I was talking to the analyst, he said, there's a little vulnerability there. You don't have that. And then you got like 99% tax collections and you have semi-annual taxes a year. So there's your liquidity. So I defy the rating agencies, and they're actually starting to accept the fact that 12 to 16% of fund balance is a reasonable target for Maine communities. They haven't formally accepted that, but they start giving a lot of flack about it. Debt services.
Joe, you say that because of our tax structure, we just don't have the volatility that others do?
You're not subject to those economic things. I mean, private owner-occupied single-family homes. It's the first thing you're going to pay. If you're up in Harpswell or you're in, maybe in Schoodic, you're going to have maybe a secondary home that's the first thing to go before the second car. So this is a very strong institutional tax base. Debt per capita. This is the one that everybody seems to focus on, and I poo-pooed it in the prior page, and I poo-pooed it here. And I hate the Liberty Mutual ad, but I got to tell you, you buy what you need. And debt per capita, that does not include your commercial and industrial, which is perhaps growing. It doesn't include the things that don't require infrastructure needs. It is a high figure because your population is currently 22%, but as your tax base increases and your population increases, this is about as high as it's going to get. And as you can see on the prior page, it's now down to 3,900. But what I also included in this ratio on page 4, the Cumberland County tax, the Echo Maine, if you had any other overlapping obligations that you may have. And finally, debt as a percent of market value, 1.77%. That's like having I guess a FICO score goes as high as what, 850, and that's having like an 825 in your FICO instead of the 720, which is reasonable for people of my group.
But a moment ago, I think you projected that will go up into the 3% range with the additional.
Yeah, yes, and then declining because we would have debt that is, and I'll show that in the next, at the end of these slides. And again, I'm trying to move forward because then you have a meeting after this.
I have a quick question on
Yes,
one
sir.
of the notes here on the bottom. It says your Standard and Poor's data was April 2008. Has that been updated for this slide?
They have not updated it because it hasn't changed.
No kidding.
It's interesting. My fee structure was established in 1998 when I started this venture. I haven't changed it since because the cost of the projects have kept up with, I've kept up with inflation without having to change anything. These are, and again, these are medians. The numbers that go into these medians may have changed, but these medians are, and they will go to great lengths to tell you this is a national rating, not a local rating. This is not comparing you to Falmouth and Yarmouth and Machias and Calais. It's comparing you to Austin, Texas, and Waseca, Wisconsin, or whatever. The next page is again like the very first page, just for your interest. This is the 2020 census. Your owner-occupied median value of a home, 376,000 versus Cumberland County, which is a more affluent county in the state, being 288,000 in the state itself, not even $200,000. 80.4% of your homes are owner-occupied. Very strong statistic. You're not as subject to the rental market or to people relocating. They're gonna have to sell the house rather than just walk away from it. Let's see. Your population is about average, but your census tract data since 1980 doubled, as I'm sure if you're driving on a busy work day, there are probably 10,000 more people on the road than there used to be. Page 6 is just of interest. Scarborough is not a suburb of Portland. Scarborough is a destination source of jobs. Scarborough, and we found this with COVID being an institutional change, that why do I have to drive to Boston and pay for parking and an hour each way when I can stay at home with my internet and all the business equipment I need and Zoom and phones, that the whole structural change, and I came up with this with Freeport. The Freeport had a population of 8,000 people, but they employed 12,000 employees. And so either they were really violating child labor laws or people were finding it as a destination source of jobs, which is a rating agency's term for it. And as you can see here, the workplace, Scarborough does certainly contribute to Portland, South Portland and the other areas, but there's certainly a lot of people who live in Portland that also come to work for Scarborough. So, I mean, your labor force is 14,005. Now we get down to the next slide. This is a slide that we prepared, Tom and I, for a meeting that didn't happen in August. And it sort of shows how I would offer that you can afford. The whole idea of this presentation is on the front cover, affordability. And there are different ways of financing. Now you could borrow $160 million in one financing, and that's the interest rate you have. We can call the bonds in 10 years and refinance them perhaps at a lower rate. But were you to do that, you're putting out eggs in one basket. Hopefully rates just stay the same or go up, so you had a good deal instead of going down. I got a phone call from Auburn yesterday that the Woodville High School financing was at 1.47% 3 years ago, 3.2% 2 years ago. And why am I projecting 4%? Well, rates have changed and rates will change. And so by breaking it up, I get the 3.25 and the 1 3/4, it sort of hedges it together. And that's a strategy that you had a finance committee member that worked for Unum, I think, years ago.
Mhm.
Incredible guy. And he kept talking about hedging. And that's effectively what you did. And Scarborough's worked out well. Next slide.
Yes, the other part of that is that we know we won't need all that 160 at once. This
Oh,
project, as Lisa
Tom,
mentioned,
thank you
is
for
gonna be
that.
over a 3-year build cycle, so
Yeah.
it doesn't make sense to borrow it all at
Well, that's
once.
why we broke Auburn in half. We did 50 million the first and then 50 million second, because we knew we were gonna spend 50 million. But then if you wait and sort of have a catch up at the end and you're under budget, over budget, you're able to make an adjustment at that point in time. The benefit is, rather than borrow at 3.5%, 4% and reinvest it at 1 to 1.5% for the unexpended bond proceeds, 160 million, you're not gonna spend on day one. So let's say hypothetically, you spend a third of that in the first year. And so that's roughly 50 million, 50 million, 50 million. Rather than have $100 million sitting there with a negative earnings that you're paying interest on, use it back to Liberty Mutual, borrow what you need when you need it. And so that's what we're encouraging various communities to consider. We've done this with Scarborough also in terms of breaking up a couple of issues like that.
In fact, the Wentworth project was done over 3 different borrowings.
And it was specifically to take advantage of not having to lose money on arbitrage. Page 8 and 9, too bad you can't put them together, but when you're home, you might, is I looked at 2 financings that are summarized on that prior page. And that's that you typically, well, you're talking about a school that's being replaced is 55.5 years old. If you don't get 30 years out of the school, I'd be awfully disappointed. And as a result, it's appropriate to borrow. I mean, I have a 30-year mortgage on my house. So I'm not gonna be around for 30 years, but I do have the ability to refund. The typical structure is 1 to 30 years. Typically, if it's a revenue-based, like TIF revenue or sewer, you might have level P&I each year, like a mortgage. So it's the same payment in year 1 as is in year 20. But normally for a tax-backed project like a fire station or a school, you're going to have what we call level principal payments. And so what you're doing is you're paying more money in the front and less money in the rear. So on page 8, you'd see you go from your first year, $4 million of debt service down to $1.9 million. And that would continue. So the first, the blue on the bottom is your existing debt. That's what you got right now. If we were to do this 1 to 30 years, we did 3 financings. The orange becomes the debt that you're concerned with your budget. Then the green is the year after, and the yellow is the year after. So rather than having $160 million of debt to pay, you only have $50 or $60 million of debt in the first year. And this is what I had said earlier. I try to prevent sticker shock. It sort of eases in. And as you can see, as this debt exists, the blue lines are decreasing. And what I would really advocate, because I believe the project won't be placed in service until 2027, for it to be voted on. That's almost 5 years. I would want the project to be placed in service before I had to pay principal on it. It's almost like a construction loan. When the house is finished and you get a certificate of occupancy, then you go to the bank, get the mortgage. So what I would do is I would be inclined to defer your principal payment for 5 years, pay interest, much the same as you would have to do on a construction loan. But in the 5th year is when your first principal payment comes in. And if you compare again, pages 8 and 9, you see a significant difference that your peak is in 2032, as opposed to here, it becomes in 2027. So not that we've deferred is not the word I want. We're addressing the pain in a manner in which we can absorb it. First, the blue goes down. Second, your AV is going to go up and probably your population will grow up. You'll probably have to do another school. But what we're able to do is we're able to ease into this. So the increase in valuations and the increase in population in reduction of debt per capita, if that's a statistic you want, but certainly 10% valuation, provides you with an inflationary mitigation because these are 2023 dollars and 2032 repayments.
Can I ask a quick question for clarification? In our financial modeling that we did, which of Joe's recommendations is it that it's incorporating, just to tie it back to what was previously shared?
I don't believe we consider deferring principal for the first 5 years.
And you can defer 2 years to 3 years.
We did follow a similar three borrowings at 55.
And what I've done on page 8 and 9.
Yeah, so what Joe's talking about is gonna be some capabilities to further manage what's being shown in the debt model right now. The model's assuming level principal and
And the people that move here in 2027, when the school's built, start paying the principal on it.
So sorry, Joe, from what you heard in the last meeting, because I saw you watching when we were kind of talking about the tax rate impact. So if we were to essentially do something like this, that could be a method to further reduce that impact.
Mitigates, I think that is an incredibly conservative, worst case scenario that I looked at the numbers and I don't believe it's going to be that impactful, but what I've done on page 8, 9, this is assuming that you buy the concept of having 3 financings or 2 financings instead of 1, which I think makes sense. Page 8 is the 1 to 30. So that's the least, or that's the most onerous, and deferring 5 years is less onerous, deferring, of course, and paying more interest, of course. But in so doing, you can defer it 2 or 3 years. Don't defer it at all. But I was just trying to show that it's not, here's what it's going to cost you, and that's the price. We're able to see what you can afford. Affordability. Any questions? I have stayed within my 20 minutes.
Sorry, I had a question. Welcome back. Welcome back, by the way. I look forward to your visits and remember you were here last summer, so welcome back. Nice to see you. I know that you, when you were here last time, I recall asking you a question. I know you're a bond salesman, so you're in the business of selling bonds, so.
Yeah, I'm a drug dealer, but I had to tell my mother was bond salesman because, no, vice versa.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll let you choose the title.
Yeah.
But in addition to that, I asked you the question, do you have a fiduciary responsibility to us as a town? And your answer unequivocally was yes.
Yeah, I had sent that to Tom the next day. I am required by the Securities Exchange Commission to be a fiduciary for my client and my client is a town. So for example, I can't underwrite your bonds. I am your agent. And it's being driven even more to home. And that's why I sent that. But yes, we have a very, your priest, your mother, and your municipal advisor. Yeah.
Thank you. So to that question, I would ask you, and I don't really know the answer. I'm prepared to hear it either way, but there's an old adage, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should, okay? And that has been rattling around in my half-empty brain for weeks and months as I reflect on what we're doing as a town potentially and what we're doing as a council. So in your view, and you were here last year telling us, watch out for your fund balance. There were a couple of watch out areas. We didn't make much progress on the fund balance. And I know we're going to get into the financial model in a minute, but there are a host of assumptions on that financial model that everything, it's all blue skies ahead, So with that in mind, do you think we should go out and double our debt in the next several years? And go from 80 million to over 160 million. Oh, by the way, it doesn't count the civic center, the community center, or if it's Freudian slip there, it doesn't count the community center or the library. We're going to throw those into.
I think should have done it 5 years ago. It was less expensive, but having 30 portable classrooms for an affluent group like you, I would hate to go to school there.
Well, you're going off the page here a little bit, but
Sorry.
you're going off the page a little bit here.
I
So
know.
I'm not asking you
Yeah.
for advice on the plan. We're asking you on the price tag.
I
And
think-
you talked about sticker shock,
Yeah,
and basically we're being asked tonight to approve it's something that we're in shock over as a sticker, but there's no sticker. Okay, and unlike buying a car, in this particular investment does not have detailed breakdown.
no, to give a truthful answer, not a ad lib or answer. If you were going to maintain the infrastructure that this town promises, and with 22%, I mean, in Bath, you have no increase, you can only go up. In the Yarmouth, you can't increase. And I'm saying, you got some wetlands over here on Route 1 but on the other side of the turnpike, you got some area. With those things considered, I believe that is a measured risk, but a good measured risk to be able to mortgage a future.
So I have a question, because I know one of the comments we've gotten in the past is the concern about how adding this much debt could impact our bond rating. So from your perspective, what's the risk exposure the town has in terms of adding this additional debt and the changes to potential metrics? Do you see in the future that could lead to a potential downgrade? And if so, what would that impact look like?
Rather than give you the answer that, I make up, we just did the Bar Harbor bond issue for $55 million, $30 million for a water tower, then certain other improvements for their sewer system. Going into that in June, the voters of the town of Bar Harbor voted to approve a $90 million new Emerson School project. And their rating, it doubled. The rating wasn't even impacted at all. You're expected to do that. That's why you have 1.7% of debt as an evaluation.
Great. Are there any other questions for Joe? No?
Online.
Any funny stories? No?
We don't have public comment right now, so we can address that. So for someone, it looks like someone has their hand raised, but we'll get to you when we get to public comment later. Again, thank you, Joe, for coming. We don't have time for public comment now, so we'll take a quick recess and then try and start back up at 7 o'clock. Thank you, everybody. Okay.
Oh, I don't see any people.
Right. Today is September 6th at 7 o'clock. This is our regularly scheduled town council meeting. I'm calling this meeting to order. Will everybody please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yeah. Right. Item number 3 is roll call. Kristen, would you mind calling the roll, please?
Counselor Seither, here. Counselor Tucci.
Here.
Counselor Shoup. Here. Counselor Katerina.
Here.
Counselor Hamel.
Here.
Counselor McGee.
Here.
Chairman Anderson.
Here. All right, next is item number 4, general public comment. So this is to comment on anything not already on the agenda tonight. So if anybody would like to comment, if you could raise your hand on Zoom, or please go up to the podium if you're here in the room. And again, this is for anything not currently on the agenda.
Hi, Allison Bristol, 6 Bayview Avenue. And first, thank you for the workshop. It was very interesting. And I wanted to comment on the 3I project. One of my questions about it was if indeed the Downs would also be getting a 40% CEA on top of the 60% CEA that the housing preservation folks are asking for. And I have to agree with Councilor Hamel that I don't think that it's quite right that the project would be 100% tax-free, basically, and because then it does become publicly subsidized housing by the residents of Scarborough. I also want to be clear, it's a fantastic project. And I think something we could all be proud to have in Scarborough. So it would be terrific to see the Downs participate in giving back their 40% to this project to make it, to make the 60% happen. The other thing, a couple of things I wanted to say that's what's wrong with this picture is that the Downs can also lay claim, I believe they are laying claim to this project to as the 10% of the affordable housing that they have to allow in terms of their CEA. And we just gave them 400 growth permits in the next 3 years. And I believe this is what they would apply as affordable housing to those growth permits. I'm also not clear why, looking at the land deal for the school, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm doing what Chairman Anderson is trying to dig in and understand what's going on. So if I've got something wrong, please correct me. But I'm understanding with the land deal for the school that they're looking to have parcels that are not currently in either Crossroads or in the TIF added to the Crossroads or TIF, so they can include that as part of their CEA revenue. So I don't understand if they're looking for 40% on this, why we're not negotiating this as part of the land deal for the school, because we tend to work in silos, and it would be great to try to leverage getting a better deal for the 3I project. And it's a very worthwhile project, but I don't think the taxpayers of Scarborough should have to bear the 100% cost to serve. And I'd love to see the Downs step up to the plate and assign their 40% to make the 60% possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sue Hamel, 3 Bay Street. I'm here to talk about the 3I home project as well. It's a unique project. I think it's a really worthwhile project. But when the town gave a 40% CEA to the Downs, we foreclosed opportunities to provide tax relief to many other worthwhile projects that might come to the town. We're a town. We need to balance our books. We're like a business. Individuals want to make charitable donations. Let's leave that to them. I think that if Crossroads Holdings does indeed want this project and all the positive press that it will receive, because it is so unique and it's the first of its kind in the nation, they should provide a large portion of the tax relief. They want a 60% CEA. That leaves 40%. And we give the other 40% to the Downs, which leaves us with 0. And this project will have 16 2-bedroom apartments and 4 3-bedroom apartments. There will likely be children attending school. So it wasn't that long ago that we worked with the developer of Jocelyn Place and revised their CEA request, and we found a way to make it work. And there are a lot of different scenarios where this could work, and they could get 2 points. If the Downs provided their 40% and we gave another 20%, they get the same 60%, same amount of money, and it's 2 points. It's really time we ask our partners, Crossroads Holdings, to chip in on this worthy project. Thanks.
Jack Fay, 14 Mulberry Lane. The plan for the access to the school is to take over a private road, Trackview Terrace, and use that as the primary access to the new school. Why is this road the primary access to the school when there are other more reasonable existing access points? Why in 8 months of planning did no one discuss this with the owners of the road? The plan calls for additional lanes at Gorham Road, going back 200 feet on Sawyer Road. No traffic light necessary. Anybody that travels that road right now thinks there should be a traffic light now. Comments made by the council discuss linking the new school to the municipal campus, avoiding non-value added costs, and facilitating smooth operations with the existing school campus. And yet the council has projected almost $6 million for off-site improvements. When I say the council, I should probably say committee. None of the neighborhoods around Sawyer Road would agree that these improvements are going to have value equal to that expense. The cost of all the aforementioned work could and should be eliminated by using existing access points to the Downs. School buses bringing students from the Blue Point School area will have to travel on Route 1 when there's a tremendous amount of commuter traffic heading in the same direction. They will face 8 traffic lights in their journey to Sawyer Road. It is much easier and safer to face only 2 lights and turn onto Payne Road. Continue up Payne Road, 2 more lights, the second one being at the entrance to the Downs. It'll be smoother, easier, and our children won't be on the buses for extended periods of time. Excuse me. Students coming from 8 Corners School are already much closer to the Downs on Payne Road. There's no reason to come all the way down on Gorham Road, which if you travel it in the mornings, you know how many cars are coming down. The town wants to try and eliminate congestion. We're just going to add more congestion to it. If there's going to be a traffic light, you might get away with a lot more on that connection. But there has to be a traffic light, and I think that has to go through the state. So why is the town insisting on Trackview Terrace? The slide number 48, I think, that we just saw said, other alternative routes will be explored. I've just explored the alternative routes. Haggis Parkway, there's a new road coming into the Downs. Route 1, there's an access point through there. On Payne Road, there's an access point. Save $6 million and don't try and do all the improvements on Sawyer Road. Don't try and create a new problem for all the neighborhoods that are around Sawyer Road. That's all it's going to be. Thank you.
All right. So that comment kind of related to agenda items. So again, what I would ask is that if anybody, it's okay. I didn't want to stop you, but if anybody wants to hold their comments on anything related to the land deal or the school project, we will have an opportunity for public comment on those when we get to them on the agenda. So this public comment right now is for anything not currently on the agenda.
So you can send me back to the seat. Nina McKee's 309 Black Point Road. I just have send me back to my seat, but but I'm looking at the agenda and I just have a question.
Yep.
Why do we have the vote to authorize the referendum, on the next go round? And then the last thing we have on the agenda is to talk about the option agreement for the land.
So I can answer that. Spoiler alert, when we get to item number 6, adjustments to the agenda after public comment, I plan to motion to move that forward before we vote on the.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you so much. And thank you all for all you're
Yep.
doing.
Good question.
Thank you.
All right. I see someone online has their hand raised, a Wallace Fangler. If you meant to give comment, now's an opportunity to do it. So we're unmuting you so that you should be able to speak.
I'm gonna wait
Okay.
until we talk about the land purchase.
Okay, all right, you can keep, if you know how to put your hand down, if you put your hand down, you can raise it when we get there if you want to speak. There you go.
I don't have, there weren't any extra copies of the agenda, so I don't know. I might get scolded too. My name is Mo Erickson. I live at 288 Pine Point Road. I grew up in Scarborough. So as we all know, Scarborough has a lot of businesses. There's Abbott Labs, Cabela's, Super Walmart, Lowe's, Sam's Club, all the main health buildings. And soon we have Costco. And of course, we have the Downs project. I often ask myself and my husband, do we benefit from any of these? And no, we don't. As far as our taxes go, we sure don't. I mean, sure, it's convenient to have a Super Walmart and a Lowe's and a Cabela's and a Costco and in my town, but I would trade any of those for the way the town used to be. But each year, as my town becomes more unrecognizable, with more crowding, more traffic, and my taxes continuing to rise at my expense, I ask myself, why are we giving tax breaks to these companies? I always thought it was supposed to be the other way around. When all these businesses and companies move in, we get the tax break and we have lower taxes. But I haven't seen that in quite some time. As it is now, most people I know, they can't afford to buy a house here. And I don't consider 300,000 low-income housing, by the way. Most people can't afford to have a $3, $4, $5 or more $100 tax increase. It seems like every year. This has to stop. You are killing the common man in Scarborough. As for the Downs project, it seems that they've shown their true colors now by wanting or demanding new changes, new zoning from the original deal. Why are we catering to this? Why are we catering to them? I'm sure there are plenty of other companies who would love to jump on board and help. I'm asking Scarborough to stop obliging them at every turn. Think about the regular working person in Scarborough, those that you are driving out by driving up our taxes. I would love it if you could show us the money for a change, give us a tax break instead of all those guys. Thank you.
Is there any other comments tonight for general public comment? And again, this is for items not on the agenda. Yeah, it'll come up. I'll be clear when it's time for that. Yeah. All right. So with that, I am closing general public comment, moving on to item number 5, minutes from our August 16th, 2023 town council meeting. Are there any questions or any comments on the minutes? No? Can I get a motion?
So moved?
Second.
Any discussion? No? All right, all those in favor? It's unanimous. Next is item 6, adjustments to the agenda. I would like to propose moving order number 23-100. Act on the request to authorize the town manager to sign an option agreement to purchase property located in the Downs for the new school attached here too. To come right before order number 23-091, 7 o'clock PM, public hearing and second reading on the order authorizing issuance of up to 160 million in bonds of the town to fund the cost of building a new primary school, and to place the following questions on the November 7th, 2023 ballot. Can I get a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Shouldn't the order be different? Shouldn't we vote on the option agreement first and then the language for the ballot? Because if there is no, is that what you're saying? So that's what you said.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm guessing you're my third.
Yes. Bacon.
All right, any other discussion? No, all those in favor? It's unanimous, or all those opposed. Okay, so that motion passes 6-1. All right. So next item is items to be signed, treasurer's warrants. I signed those right before the meeting. Item number 8 is the town manager report. Tom?
Thank you. I'll try to be brief this evening. Liam, you could probably just pull this up. So very quickly, not surprisingly, I've been busy on the school building project. I've been very active in the site acquisition piece, certainly the option agreement before this evening. Also, the debt modeling and tax impact dashboard has really been source of some conversation lately, and I expect will continue to be, depending on the outcome of the votes this evening. We did commit taxes. The assessor committed taxes about 10 days ago, provided the council, and available for public review is his tax commitment report, if you will. On my report here, it's hot link, but you can find it on our website under the assessors page. Very briefly in that regard, since the council passed the budget, there was a lot of conversation and discussion around what the expected value is going to be. In the end, $12 million of additional value was realized and is shown in the final commitment. Not unfortunately, but the majority of that new value is located with within one of our districts. And so it doesn't have as direct an effect on our tax rate, if you will. It is dedicated into different as TIF revenues and will be used in the future. We'll see the benefit of that. But the final value was set as $15.97 per thousand. And tax bills were mailed yesterday, so some may have received them as soon as today. I expect tomorrow or later in the week, we'll all be seeing them show up in our mailboxes. Also, speaking of the assessor, there will be a revaluation workshop. This has been a project that's been planned really for the last 5 years. And finally, we're going to be moving forward with our first in-house reval. And the assessor has been doing a lot of work and will continue to, but wants to start with a public workshop addressing the council and the public at your next meeting on September 20th. We also have an insert in the tax bill that helps start to discuss this project and the process that we're all about to undertake. Also on September 20th, there will be the annual report on the Downs CEA. This is a requirement of that agreement that for the first 5 years, they provide an annual report in their very specific terms. The town also has responsibilities and we'll certainly prepare our portions. So again, there'll be 2 things at your next meeting, reval workshop and the annual report on the CEA. With respect to Eastern Trail as a point of ongoing interest for obvious reasons, we pleased to say that we've provided a complete response to the railroad. That's been a bit of a sticking point. At this point, we've not received any comments back. We'll continue to press in that regard. There's also been a change in the project manager from our consulting team, which I view as a good thing, not that we had poor management before, but I think some new life and Judy Gates, who's the project manager, has worked both in DEP and DOT in her past lives. So I think she has a lot of great experience to bring to this equation. With respect to construction projects, Gorham Road, thankfully, is done, but for the final striping and some final landscaping. I will note the one notable exception is the intersection with Maple Avenue. There is a utility pole on I believe it's the western side of Gorham Road that needs to be relocated that will allow traffic heading toward Oak Hill on Gorham Road to kind of slip around traffic turning left onto Maple Avenue. We can't complete that final portion of the work until that pole is removed. So that work will may have to extend into the spring. We're at the mercy of the utility companies at this point, but for all intents and purposes, the road is complete. Mitchell Hill Road is on schedule on budget. Final paving is scheduled for September 8th. And I'm sure there'll be some final cleanup through the fall, but very pleased how that's turned out. We're just starting a brand new project on Spurwink Road. This is a pedestrian improvement, essentially providing sidewalks from Ocean Avenue back to Pleasant Hill Road. Crews, I think, are mobilizing this week, and we expect that the obvious construction will start next week. And last, I'll just mention a Department of Transportation project paving on East Grand Avenue in Pine Point. This is, they'll be milling out the old pavement, installing new. So you'll start to see as soon as this week, some of the initial prep work. We are trying to correct some of the longstanding, I won't characterize them necessarily as safety concerns, but known site distance challenges to see if we can use this opportunity to correct some of those situations. So look for that work to occur shortly. Perhaps Councilor Schuppen will mention this later, but the Ad hoc Community Center Committee will meet for its first time on September 14th, 6 p.m. here in these chambers. Very excited to get that group assembled and that project moving forward. I see Todd Souza in the audience. This council will recall in the FY24 budget, there were monies for handicap accessibility improvements. And the one notable one that Todd talked about at budget time were improvements to Herd Park at Pine Point. I know he's got other projects in the works, but he was able to execute already on that project, and it's tremendous. There's a handicap accessible ramp right from the parking lot, and it's just wonderful to see it there. And we've received a number of accolades and thank yous already. So if you haven't seen it, please do. Pleased to announce that Scarborough's an official gig town. So-called Fidium. This is a subsidiary of Consolidated Communication, has completed a full fiber network build out in our town. I think we've all seen those utility trucks on every road running fiber. And so all residents and businesses, I believe, have access to high-speed internet. Except for those of you in North Scarborough. And lastly, I just want to mention Nancy Kroll, the longtime library director, is retiring later this month. I don't know if she has exactly a last day, but her successor has been named. And I know she wants to spend some time transitioning the new librarian into the community. But there's a retirement party for her this coming weekend. I'm pleased to be there. I believe Chair Anderson will be there as well. And there's an item on this agenda that will formally recognize Nancy for her service to this community. And we'll have an opportunity to present that in person to her on Sunday. So with that, available for questions.
Are there any questions for Tom?
Tom, did you have a Sawyer Street?
Yes, thank you.
Marsh update?
I did. Members of council will recall, but a couple of years ago, we were approached by the Cape Elizabeth Town Council and town staff regarding Sawyer Street. This Sawyer Street goes from Spurwink Road across the Spurwink Marsh, I believe it's called. That roadway is consistently floods and seems to be doing it more and more frequently. And so it begs the question, what do we do for that piece of infrastructure? Do we improve it? Do we raise it? Initial estimates were as high as $6 million to elevate that road. And so the question was raised, what happens if we do nothing? If we let that turn back to marsh and actually physically remove the roadway? And there was a meeting of the two councils. There was conceptual interest in pursuing, and so that project continues. We are pursuing multiple grant funding sources. There was money in this year's budget to do a local match. But since then, we've been approached by the Maine Natural Resource Conservation Program. This is for design and construction money. At this point, we have a budget of 1.2 million. And I think that will go a long way to at least removing the roadway, if not restoring the marsh areas. And right now, there's a lot of different stakeholders that are interested in being part of this project. So we're trying to capitalize on that. We'll certainly keep you updated. I think Jamie Fitch, our sustainability coordinator, I'm sure we'll be updating the various committees, and we'll certainly keep the council involved as well. Thank you.
Any other questions for Tom? No? All right. Moving on to order number 23-090, 7 p.m. public hearing and action on the new request for a marijuana establishment license from Leo Paquette UGP LLC located at 31 Washington Ave for an adult marijuana products manufacturing facility. Joanna Russell, Norumbega Provisions located at 15 Holly Street, Suite 106 for a medical marijuana products manufacturing facility. Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item?
Hi, Joanna Russell, 87 Chase Street, South Portland, and Norumbega Provisions owner. I just want to say I don't oppose the addendum to the language on my license. But I do want to say I understand that the residents would like some assurances that there could be a way to guarantee a conversation should odor in the neighborhood for them become a concern. I do want to propose, if I can, I don't even know if that's allowed, maybe adding a couple of words at the end of that addendum, specifically, unless no substantiated odor complaints are on file at that time. I just feel like this will still guarantee that a conversation could happen if odor were an issue in that neighborhood, but also leave some room for a smooth renewal in the absence of odor complaints, saving up some administrative time. And maybe never hearing the word odor in Scarborough. Thank you. That was it.
Thank you. Is there anybody else in the public who would like to comment on this item? We did receive one email from a resident, Heidi White at 14 Bickford Street, and we will include that in the record. I think we had just got it, so I don't know if the council had a chance to review it, but I would encourage you guys to review it.
Ms. White requested that it be read into the record, so I know including it is one thing, but since she's not here, is that something we can do? I don't think it's going to take very long.
I will gladly do it. I think it's my discretion, and since it's a short paragraph, I'll do it. So for order 23, hello, my name is Heidi White and I reside at 14 Bickford Street, Scarborough, Maine. In regards to the request for a marijuana products manufacturing license on 15 Holly Street, while we encourage businesses in town and have no problem with the marijuana business, we are concerned that adding another marijuana manufacturing facility that may require ventilation and add additional electric that is not available at Holly Street Business Park will be problematic to the neighborhood. As you know, the Holly Street Business Park is directly in the Bickford Street and Holly neighborhood with many residential homes within less than 200 feet. Our property is located above the elevation of the Holly Street Business Park building, and any ventilation that emits odors directly vents into our yard and to our windows. I know that the odors in the Pine Point overlay have been addressed through the recent town council order last month. However, noises from different ventilation systems and machinery that runs outside the facility to accommodate these manufacturing places create noise and disruption to our comfort and well-being. While the odors are one issue, constant cycling on and off of electric fans, generators, and other equipment throughout the night has created a disturbance in our neighborhood. This was a problem when the butter factory business was there, as they used additional outside generators that ran 24 hours a day because the electricity was not enough to run their business. As recently as the weekend, one of the tenants of the Holly Street Business Park used a refrigeration trunk to outside of the building, and every 25 minutes it cycled on and ran for 5 minutes overnight and during the day. There's also a cabinetry manufacturing company that has a ventilation system that vents the fumes that used for the stains and paints to ventilate their production area. Unfortunately, their ventilation system vents directly into our yard and into our windows of our house. One concern related to the manufacturing license that is being applied for is that is not yet one more manufacturing business in the Holly Street Business Park. The Holly Street Business Park was never designed to be for manufacturing. The building does not have the correct 3-phase electrical source. If the manufacturing company requires ventilation, then the ventilation or electrical equipment needs to be in an area that the noise and odor does not vent into our house. The mitigation of any odors needs to be above the roof line of our house because we are 50 feet from the building, and any additional machinery needs to be on the marsh side of the building. Until this can be addressed, we look to you to hold off on any approval. Thank you for your consideration. I hope you will not approve the license application or any manufacturing licenses for the Holly Street Business Park, as it is not set up for manufacturing without a disturbance to the residents surrounding it. All right. And with that, I am closing public comment. And this is an action, so can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second,
Any discussion?
I will go ahead and propose the following amendment. I move to amend the main motion and request the license for Joanna Russell doing business as Norumbega Provisions located at 15 Holly Street, Suite 106, for a medical marijuana products manufacturing facility be returned to the town council for renewal next year.
I will second that.
All right, any discussion on the amendment?
Can we get a refresher as to what some of the other businesses are subject to in this area and why this license in particular would, maybe this would be an appropriate amendment?
Sure. So the only other marijuana manufacturing facility that's been licensed that had the same stipulation on there. Again, it was born out of the concerns with marijuana odor in this industrial district. My understanding is that neither one of these manufacturing facilities will emit odor to the same degree a cultivation facility will. But there is the only other license attributed to this facility has the same stipulation for their renewal. So there is some basis for it.
Mhm.
Do you want me to just quickly, I know that the applicant may want to address the public comment or response to it. My understanding from the inspection and my familiarity with their operation, I do not believe that they require any enhanced ventilation or electrical. And I do not expect that there will be any odors that permeate beyond their front door. And if it is, it's the smell of chocolate is my understanding, but.
Thank you. All right, any other discussions on the amendment?
I was just gonna have respond to Liam's comment there. So it doesn't seem like there have been odor issues, that have come up from the Holly Street location. Is that correct?
That's my understanding is I have not heard any that anyone has felt is attributed to the Holly Street facility based on the operations that are currently there.
Thanks. So Ms. White is not here, but if she's watching or wants to watch the tape later, I'd suggest she may have separate grounds to raise this as a violation of the good neighbor ordinance from a noise standpoint. So she may have an avenue in that respect.
Great. Any other discussions on the amendment? No. All right, all those in favor? It's unanimous. So now back to the main motion as amended. Any more discussion? No? All right, all those in favor? It's unanimous. All right, moving on to order number 23-100. Act on the request to authorize the town manager to sign an option agreement to purchase property located in the Downs for the new school attached here too. So I am going to kind of kick things off. This has been a long eight-month journey that we've been working through this with the developer. So I want to make sure we take the time to kind of share that journey with everybody in the public so everybody has that information. I want to provide as much clarity and transparency as possible for everyone before we put this on the floor for debate and into public comment. I want to make sure everybody understands that journey. Acquiring land for the town and supporting the school project are two council goals that we established in January of this year as the building committee site selection process was starting to wind down. During the year-long site selection process that began in 2022, 46 sites were reviewed by the school building committee. As the committee went through the process of elimination, it was evident finding 25 acres of buildable land near the center of town was going to be a challenge. At many sites, as was shared in the previous workshop, the total cost required to make the site functional for a school was in the millions of dollars, and many sites posed challenge to other criteria that was established by the committee. When the committee started to indicate they were leaning towards the Downs as one of the top options in early 2023, the town and building committee engaged with the seller in preliminary discussions to gauge their willingness to sell. I personally was very apprehensive and knew working with this seller would pose a risk for the success of the project given their reputation in our community. However, despite that headwind for a 100-year investment for our community's children, the town embraced the challenge to pursue a land deal. Over the past 8 months, I myself as the chair, I know I got chair, but I don't know how I got the short stick to do the negotiations, but I was essentially leading the negotiations with support from the town manager, our real estate attorney, and the occasional guidance from the vice chair. At the beginning, our negotiation objectives were to keep costs as low as possible and ensure we pay fair market value for the property. Growth permits were absolutely off the table as those were being managed separately via growth management ordinance update. During the credit enhancement negotiations that transpired many years ago, Neither the town nor the Downs assumed at the time that the school would require 25 acres of land. The commonly held assumption was the Downs would reserve 5 to 10 acres of land for potential purchase for a community school, as they indicated when we were considering their application for an exemption to the growth management ordinance that was before this council over a year ago. Finding a willing seller for 25 acres in the center of our community throughout the site selection process was a challenge. Many who were approached were not interested or ready to sell. To get the Downs to the table and over the 25-acre hurdle, we proactively signaled a willingness to consider rezoning contiguous land they own next to their current CPD zone. This was done to not only ensure that the precise 25-acre location the committee desired within the Downs property was the precise location for the school, but also because of the financial benefit the rezoning would provide the town to help stabilize the tax rate when we make an investment of $160 million. The proposed rezoning essentially allows for other lower cost to serve alternatives for both residential and commercial development that create the potential for a surplus to the town. The town can then use that surplus to contribute to the school debt or other needed town investments to stabilize the tax rate and keep Scarborough affordable. Including contributions to the developer for adjustments to the TIF and the CEA for the rezoned land, it's estimated that this zoning change can contribute a surplus of approximately $1.3 million annually to the town's bottom line that would be foregone with the current zoning that's in place today. This was a mutually beneficial recommendation that can help the town pay down the debt so we can better afford the school. For those concerned about whether the zoning change is going to go through the regular public process, it is. That will still occur, and voting on this land deal tonight is not obligating any counselor to oppose the zoning changes if they think it's not justified. For those concerned about growth that these zoning changes would allow, our rate of growth ordinance is still in effect and will ultimately provide a check on the pace of growth and development. Early in the process, the town was also clear with the seller that as a public entity, we could only pay fair market value for the land. We wanted an objective approach to determine purchase price, given the crazy fluctuations we've all seen experienced in the Southern Maine market. I know I moved to Scarborough 6 years ago and houses in my area have more than doubled in price. And so that's just like an example of the crazy fluctuations we're seeing. We agreed to follow an appraisal process to identify the price and documented that in our letter of intent that was approved by the council in May of this year. We agreed that we would align on assumptions and have 2 independent appraisers evaluate the property accordingly. To protect the town from paying an excess amount for the land, we agreed to a process where if the appraisals came in within 5% of one another, the town would pay the Downs appraisal price. If they did not, the town would pay 103% of our appraisal price. The intent of the process was to incentivize both parties to ensure our appraisals came in as close as possible and avoid the need for further negotiation on other items or price. During our first attempt at an appraisal, our appraisal came in at 5.9 million and the Downs was more than 3 times higher. We held a meeting between the town, the Downs, and appraisers to revisit and realign on assumptions. And as a result, we ended up with a final appraisal of 7 million, where the Downs was still more than double. And our appraiser only used commercial comparables and did not include residential comparables, which was an agreed upon requirement. After adjusting for other comparables, our appraiser made an adjustment and the price went up slightly from 5.9 to 7 million. With our appraisals still very far apart, the council held firm to follow the letter of intent that was signed in May so that the town offered our best and final price of 7.21 million. So that's 103% of the 7 million that our appraiser identified. The developer asked to negotiate other benefits to make up for the difference in purchase price, and we said no. As I mentioned, I was very aware of the headwinds any deal with the Downs would make for the school project and conveyed that no more risk was tolerable, and if they wanted to walk away, they could if that price didn't work for them. I understand that many feel that 7.21 million is high. Unfortunately, that is fair market value identified by a certified and reputable appraiser and less than half of what the developer's appraisal stated. Throughout the process, we requested on numerous occasions the Downs consider gifting a portion of the land. That would certainly go a long way with the public, the partnership with the town, and perhaps better assist the projects at the polls. Unfortunately, that has not come to fruition, and since we've agreed to a purchase price that is significantly below what they think it's worth, it's unlikely that any gift will be part of the equation. As it relates to shared infrastructure, there were two things that were considered when negotiating infrastructure. The first related to unique roadway needs necessary to service the school, and the second related to timing, ensuring that the roadway network that we needed was prioritized to support the project before the school's opening. The town reviewed the roadway infrastructure needs separately from the Downs to derive a cost estimate on what seemed reasonable, and it was determined that approximately 3 million would be fair and reasonable when considering the project's needs and the time in which it was needed. Unlike the appraisal in the case of infrastructure, when we met with the seller to negotiate roadway costs, we were right on target and agreed that the town would contribute approximately 3 million, while they would cover the remaining 6 million and would bring much needed utility infrastructure directly to the site at no cost to the town. As I mentioned, the school committee chose the specific location of the site, which the developers agreed. The building committee also requested that we create easterly access to the site to facilitate smooth operations, minimize traffic impacts to Scarborough, and ultimately improve school safety. That was a school committee requirement to address a new access point to service the school. There was a really good Q&A last night on traffic and busing, where a lot of this was covered. So anybody who has interest in better understanding that, I would encourage you to watch that. As was shared in the workshop, there's another session on that coming. So if you want to better understand the rationale of why that fourth entry point is so critical to the project, I invite the public to watch or come to a future Q&A. While the Downs owns a roadway easement adjacent to Trackview Terrace and is willing to convey it at no cost to the town, the agreement does provide us some flexibility to pursue an alternative access point. The town is still actively exploring other options off Gorham Road. However, it is still most likely that the access will be through the conveyed easement provided by the seller. This easement does have challenges that need to be sorted out with other homeowners on Trackview Terrace, and if this land deal passes, the town will spend approximately $20,000 for legal research in close partnership with the families impacted to work through those mechanics. No entire properties will need to be purchased to build the needed roadways, but 5 to 10 feet of roadway easements may be required, and the town plans to work with the affected property owners on a mutually agreeable solution. I acknowledge for Trackview and Sawyer Road residents that if access comes through Sawyer and the Downs conveyed easement, this will mean more traffic. However, this will also bring $6 million of much needed roadway and infrastructure improvements, many of which are needed today or would likely be required in the future to promote safety. If the land deal passes, the town does plan to engage and notify all 200 residents who live off of Sawyer and invite them into the conversation while the roadways are planned and finalized. They will have a say and an opportunity as the roadway recommendations are finalized to influence the final outcome with the project engineers and ultimately the state who will make the decision on what's required. From my experience, the Downs and the town both ultimately came forward in good faith throughout this negotiation. However, that does not mean that we easily agreed on terms, otherwise it would have not taken 8 months to get here. As we approached our deadline of July 31st, 2023, we still did not have consensus. We were 90% there, but in some areas we definitely had a stalemate. Both parties throughout the process took an aggressive approach to managing risk guided by our attorneys. This posed many challenges trying to finalize language in the agreement. However, both parties were aware we were on a strict timeline, and I declared pencils down on July 27th so the town could put something in our council packet on July 28th. No more negotiating, no more back and forth on language. I took the last agreement and worked with the town manager and our attorney to put together a version that the town was comfortable signing and bringing forward to the council for authorization. It stripped some of the concerning legal language and fulfilled the general spirit of the letter of intent and key items discussed with the Downs to date. Essentially, what the town authorized on August 2nd was our best offer for them to sign, which was consistent with our negotiating objectives and aligned with the LOI the council authorized in May. It was a strong arm attempt to get this to conclusion, otherwise it would likely linger and time was out. Unfortunately, the Downs took our offer after August 2nd and then added back in the language that we removed. Those additions were related to site design, where they essentially wanted the ability to approve the final design of the school and reserve the right to walk away if the project didn't address any concerns they had, something we had repeatedly said no. It included language in the zoning and TIF sections that were essentially prevented future councils from taking action to reverse decisions in the future. We refused to allow any language that limited the governing powers of future councils. And lastly, it had strong language related to access that essentially halted development under certain unlikely scenarios if the town was unable to build the easterly access road that the school wanted. In consultation with myself and our attorney, the town manager on August 9th agreed he could not make these, or we could not accept these changes, and held firm he could not sign the agreement as it exceeded his authorization. We said no again. Given the deal was not signed, the council then immediately started discussions on alternatives, including exploring other sites and even contemplating eminent domain. I do not think the Downs was playing games when they added back in language they had previously requested. They are a business and they have different objectives. I think similar to us, they were genuinely trying to limit their risk exposure and ultimately lacked experience doing deals with a public entity and offered terms that just were not reasonable, that, you know, maybe apply in commercial business deals, but were not things that the town was willing to accept. After we rejected their counteroffer, they eventually got to that conclusion and conceded on all the items and provided us a revised land deal on August 16th. The council did not have time to fully digest it because we had just received it in paper copy during our executive session. And that same deal that we received is what we're acting on this evening. In some cases, I'd argue the refined language they provided us is actually better, particularly in the access section that gives the town more latitude to consider other options for access. While both parties had their own interests and needs in mind throughout this negotiation, in the end, it was our shared view that we need a solution for our schools that kept us working together, even though at times it appeared that agreement was not in reach. At the end of the day, they did not need to spend the time or effort on this, and they could have rejected our needs for the school like other landowners in town did. They truly were transparent and upfront on their needs and wants, even though many of those needs are going unmet in the final deal because this is ultimately a compromise solution. The town went into this land deal with the taxpayer and the school's best interest at the forefront. We set a negotiating objective and we achieved it, and we did not waver. The deal we have is very similar to our first offer back in January to the Downs. It's what the council deliberated in executive session, what we proposed in the LOI that the council approved in May, and that the council subsequently approved 6-1 in the same deal on August 2nd. This is not a perfect solution. It's a compromise solution that allows us an option on land for future purchase at fair market value through December 2024, pending a successful referendum vote by the voters of this community. This is a deal that gets the town potentially land for a 100-year multi-generational investment in our children. And despite reservations individuals may have, it is a responsible deal compared to the alternatives from both a cost perspective and the ability to serve our students and our community. So with that, I will open it up to questions from the council. Are there any questions from the council before? No? All right, is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? So if you would like to offer comment, if you could come to the microphone, and you have 3 minutes, and if you could state your name and address, and if you're online, if you could raise your hand, I'll go back and forth between online and those in the room.
Hi, good evening. I'm Dana Fortier. I'm a resident of Scarborough. I'm also the chair of the building committee. Over 3 years ago, I joined the Scarborough Building Committee because I recognized a marked decline in the 3K2 schools and saw the need for structured long-term planning to support Scarborough teachers and students, as well as our community. At that time, our goal was to reassess previous work and determine the optimal solution for Scarborough's youngest learners. Within that first year, we quickly determined that it was prohibitively expensive and physically not feasible to renovate the existing 3 schools and build a 4th school. The optimal choice for safety, security, transportation, educational services, and most fiscally responsible was to build a new K-3 school. I, along with many other volunteers, experts, and professionals, have devoted hundreds of hours analyzing the capacity plans for schools, researching details of available land locations in Scarborough, and talking with community members and educators to ensure we were moving forward with a well-crafted solution that will meet the town's needs now and in the future. I applied the same level of rigor and effort into this project as I do in my profession, leading facilities for a large global company. If we fail to act on this proposed solution, we will have to move forward with additional temporary facilities, which will not only drive additional capital and operating expenses, but further delay a permanent solution, resulting in a 5 to 8% added project cost for each year of the delay. So if we delay tonight, the cost will increase $8 to $13 million next year and compound every year after that. Again, that's $8 to $13 million next year and compounding that $8 to $13 million every year after that. So tonight you all have a choice. Be the council that delays one of the most important projects in town history at the expense of our youngest learners, students, teachers, and community, or put this forward and give Tom the authority to authorize the land deal and put this to the voters in November. The future is in your hands. Thank you.
All right, I don't see anybody lining up, so I'm gonna go online. Wallace Fangler. We're gonna unmute you.
Yes, good evening.
Sorry.
I want
Sorry,
to,
sorry, well, sorry, before.
Can you hear me?
before you start, yes. Go ahead.
I want to address the appraisal of the land for the town. It's very unfair to the taxpayers. The assessed value for 251.95 acres, I'm emphasizing assessed because that's what the assessing department has, was 6.230 million and included 2 buildings. The undeveloped land is valued at $24,265 an acre. So Crossroads assessed value on the 25 acres is roughly $607,000. The appraiser that you hired wrote that there were extraordinary assumptions made. He wrote that the land does not currently have access or road frontage, and that marketability will depend on future access provided by the developer and the creation of a legal lot, and further that the marketability was determined under the extraordinary assumptions that the infrastructure would be provided at no cost to a hypothetical buyer. In the event that traffic volume and other costs are borne by the buyer, the analysis contained herein may no longer be valid. It is further assumed that 495 housing units could be built on this parcel. I question how that's possible when the site was supposedly set aside for the town. This has not been approved by the planning board, and the assessor is not taxing this parcel based on that basis. I know that banks will not loan money in excess of the appraised value, and yet the town is willing to agree to pay 103% of the appraised value based on extraordinary assumptions. So right now I'm saying this is undeveloped land with no access. It's a great deal for Crossroads and a very poor deal for Scarborough taxpayers. Crossroads pays taxes on assessed value of roughly $607,000 and actually doesn't even pay a dime because of the $80 million waiver. The appraisal is 10 times the assessed value. It's not a good deal for the taxpayers. I agree that we need a new school. I just don't think that that land is properly assessed. The extraordinary assumptions are not available to all of us. Thank you.
So if anybody would like to speak, if you could just start a line so that way we save some time if you want to speak. All right, sir, if you could just state your name and address.
Robert Burr, 19 Trillium Way, Scarborough, Maine.
All right, you have 3 minutes.
Thanks. I'll be quick. So I'm with the building trades. I just want to know what kind of a bid process you have planned for this project once it goes. Listen, I'm all for building it. I love the fact that we need 2 schools. My kid going to that trailer, it's not very appealing to me. So all I ask is that the town at least involves other contractors. The only contractor I see over there is Shaw Brothers and Risbara. Okay, that's it. What are they, in bed with you guys? I mean, what are they doing? There's nobody else involved in that project, you know? So I'm asking you from the building trade standpoint that we get involved in this project, because if not, we will be. Thank you very much.
Yep. the school previously shared when they plan to go out to bid, so there is time in the future. So if you follow the project, then hopefully, yeah.
Hi, Allison Bristol, 6 Bayview Avenue. First, I want to thank Chairman Anderson for his detailed explanation. That was very helpful, and there was new information that we hadn't heard before. So if some of my comments are irrelevant, you'll forgive me. As a taxpayer, and again, trying to dig in and understand, I've been following this process and appreciating the urgency the town is now facing. The town really has no one to blame but itself. The opportunity to put a school at the Downs has been in place with the CEA since 2018. If they were going to be given a right of first refusal, the conversation should have begun long before. Now, the first eye opener for me was a recommendation reveal in April when the committee, who, obviously has put in years and lots of time and effort, presented the 4 finalists for the ideal location based on criteria that did not include acquisition costs or even knowing if the finalist parcels were for sale. Without the acquisition costs or terms to compare, the committee was not comparing apples to apples. Then at that meeting, it was quite stunning when Mr. Foley from Foley Farms stood up and said in his public comment that no one from the town had approached his family to find out if their land might be for sale. So I'm not even sure how it could be a contender. He said it was not. To me, this just null and voided the entire process and underscored the committee's work had been an exercise in box checking. Putting a new school in the Downs was a foregone conclusion. So now we had a recommendation and moved on to a letter of intent, not knowing what the asking price of the land was to be, only that it would be based on assessments. The council and town manager advised the public that the letter of intent was non-binding, but not true if in it we agreed to pay a price based on how far apart the parties' appraisals were. The CEA signed in 2018 guaranteed a public process. If this land deal is bundled with the school building itself in a bond referendum, there will have been no public process. Purchasing a piece of land full of demands like zoning and TIF district adjustments, the disruption of people's lives on Trackview Terrace, $3 million in infrastructure costs when taxpayers are already giving the Downs a 40% CEA, giving the Downs approval over project design, and restricting the use of town land to a school, community center, or municipal recreation in perpetuity just isn't right, and it shouldn't be this complicated or this hard. It also doesn't leave me with a sense of confidence when, in all due respect, counselors are quoted as saying they wouldn't vote for this, but let's send it to referendum and let the voters decide. The voters look to you for leadership. The rallying cry for a new school has been go big or go home. It's time to go home and start over again, identifying other sites suitable for a new school to compare with this option, or come up with an affordable way to remodel the 3 primary schools we already have, as neighboring towns have managed to do.
Ms. Bristol, if you could wrap up.
I would, yep. So I would just ask council to take a deep breath, take a year. If the proposed bond issue fails, it'll be back to the drawing board anyway. So would ask the council, take a deep breath, take a year to figure out apples to apples options for a November 2024 referendum. And lastly, I'd like to thank Vice Chair Hamel for shining a light on the inadequacies of this deal. Thank you.
I'm gonna switch back online. Ms. Henry?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. I'm Abigail Henry. I live at 8 Longmeadow Road. Yesterday, my youngest son started kindergarten at Blue Point, and my older son entered 3rd grade at Wentworth. My spouse is also a public school teacher. I'm here today to encourage the town council to give the town manager the authority to sign a land agreement with the Downs and to vote to approve the 2nd reading of the referendum language to place the project on the November ballot. Because there is a, quote, inverse relationship between volume and merit, meetings like this one have often been derailed by loud, uninformed, antagonistic testimony using menacing and misogynist language. The format of these meetings does not accommodate responding to public testimony directly, so the misguided questions and the baseless assertions raised by opponents of the school project can go unanswered. Misinformation and paranoia is eclipsing logic, reason, and frankly, humanity. I'm asking for that to stop right now. The Unified Primary School Project is the right solution for the Scarborough Public Schools. Here are 5 reasons why we must move forward with this plan today. The district currently has 30 portables, and more than half of those are 20 years old. They're not safe, and I don't want my child attending class in one. Would you? If we delay this project any farther, costs will only go up because of inflation, and instead of investing in a long-term solution, we'll be throwing our tax money into a triage, emergency, short-term fix. Those who are opposing this project based on cost need to think this through. Number 3, U.S. News and World Report currently ranks the Scarborough schools 8th in our state. I'm so proud of that, and it's a huge reason why my family and many others have chosen Scarborough to make our home. Decades of research confirm that the conditions and qualities of school facilities affect students, teachers, and overall academic achievement. We can't let our academic quality become eroded by our subpar facilities. Number 2, at the tours of the 3 primary schools earlier this spring, we heard from teachers, administrators, and facility staff about the intense efforts required to make these spaces fit our current population of students. Gyms need to quickly become cafeterias and then immediately change over to meeting spaces. I don't know about you, but I don't want my children's teachers moving folding tables or stacking chairs. I want them spending time in the classroom with my children. These added facilities challenges can affect our district's abilities to recruit and retain our high caliber teachers as well. And for my number 1 reason, we can't just be known as the town with the new Costco. Scarborough's development has outpaced investment in our infrastructure, and our children are the ones who are paying the price. We have the opportunity to change course, and I encourage the town council, town manager, and the voters in November to do right by these kids who are the future of our town. Thank you.
You. Right? We're technically not supposed to be clapping, so I'm just gonna put that out there. If you guys don't mind, just trying to withhold your claps, I would appreciate it. All right.
Good evening. I'm Mariella Fortier, live on 1 Pintail Point Drive. Our primary schools have creatively saved taxpayer money at our youngest learners and our teachers' expense. My mother, an educator in Scarborough for 42 years, spent her last 13 years in Scarborough teaching in a portable trailer. She retired 8 years ago, and the now 21-year-old portable trailer is still in use and is one of 30 that are in use today. Our primary and middle schools do not meet the safety, security, educational services, and enrollment demands of our town. The business case clearly indicates that a patchwork approach of adding a 4th school and renovating existing schools is prohibitively expensive, and it will not solve our problem. Over the past 3 years, the building committee, comprised of community members, school board members, and educators, have spent countless hours researching, developing, and evaluating options to solve the school building problem. This isn't in my speech, but I can vouch that I would not have put up with this for 3 years if it was a foregone conclusion where we were going to be. This has been a very detailed process. Moving forward now with a district-wide solution that builds a new unified K-3 school and relieves overcrowding of the middle school is a solution that best meets the needs of our growing student population and is the most fiscally responsible. Pushing this problem off for more years is not going to fix anything, but it will make this project increasingly expensive. Our children's future depends on our action right now, which is why we must come together to support a unified school and move forward with the land deal. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, yeah, if people would like to make comments, if you would line up, that would be great. And if anybody online wants to make a comment, if you could raise your hand.
Richard Hayes, Martin Avenue. I just have a request. if you pass this tonight to allow the town manager to sign this, I would ask that you put a ad in the Leader outlining all the details and givebacks that you have made with the Downs, so that the voters in town will have a hopeful, large picture of everything that's been conceded, including the price, including any concessions, including any zone changes. Detail a listing of all. There are several people tonight who have heard your explanation, John, and that's great. But I would venture to guess there are thousands who have not heard or don't know what's going on. So that is my request. If you pass it, please publicize everything to the voters. Thank you.
One thing I would like to do is include my written statement into the record so that at least it's in the public record so that we can have that as part of the meeting minutes. All right. You can ask for 6 minutes again?
I think I'm gonna give her one on my.
Okay. there you
Yeah,
go.
we
timed it. We timed it this
Yeah.
time. All right. Good evening to the council. My name is Megan Condrey. I live at 2 Trackview Terrace. My husband and I spoke at the August 2nd town council meeting regarding the land option agreement. We have also thoughtfully put our concerns in writing to the council chair, town manager, and to the school building committee. So it is well known that the currently proposed plans involve turning our private dead-end road into a public throughway to the Downs. This involves some of our private property, and a different easterly access has yet to materialize prior to tonight's vote. Our concerns include the health of my family while living in a construction zone for several years, the imminent traffic it would permanently create within the whole Sawyer Road neighborhood, and the fact that no one has reached out to us to discuss how we would be compensated for our land that you are proposing to go through. I am speaking out tonight because I no longer find our exclusion from this process, the negotiations, or the engineering plans to be a simple oversight. You mentioned earlier this evening that we will be included in the future, but decisions are being made tonight. It would be easy to dismiss our concerns as just people with a not in my neighborhood mentality. But the fact of the matter is, no other Scarborough school of this size has its entryway in such a densely populated residential neighborhood, much less a private dead-end road. And let's be very clear, you are not proposing to put a school driveway down our little dirt road. You are constructing a 3-lane throughway to the Downs, whose design description matches the 3 existing entry points of that development. I sat in the audience at the last town council meeting when those plans finally became public. You didn't describe improvements to our street. You described the Downs HOA style requirements. Placing electric underground is expensive, and it's certainly not a town priority. It's very telling that it's going underground down Trackview as you try to annex our private road for its access into the Downs. I will not allow this level of deceptiveness and mixing of public good with private gain going through our home. Pairing the school driveway to a new Downs access is sneaky and unjust. And voters feel the same way about you tying the education of our youngest residents to the Downs development and its profitability. It is unfair to ask voters to choose between a deal that has been devised behind closed doors with a questionable private entity or educating our youngest residents in a safe school to the quality that they deserve. Your job here tonight is not to just procedurally push forward a measure to appear on the November ballot. Your job is to put forth the best plan for all of our community, a complete plan. And if you don't have that here, I urge you to vote accordingly. As I stated at the August 2nd meeting, my husband and I started a family on a quiet, private dead-end road, and we refuse to be bulldozed by this land deal. You have brought this issue to my family's doorstep on behalf of the Downs. And if you do not stand up for what is right and just, I trust that the voters will do so in November. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
A minute.
Yeah.
Good evening, Noah Nygren, 16 Phillip Street. I am here tonight to waste my time asking the town council to vote no on the Downs land deal. It has been the developer's agenda to connect the Downs to Sawyer Road for years now. Previously, their attempt to connect via Trackview Terrace was voted down, which should indicate to you that it is terrible for us Sawyer Road residents. Some will say that this connection is only for the school, but it still appears to me that the developer will try to connect to the Downs. I don't want Sawyer Road to be converted from a nice little road through the trees into a shortcut that vomits traffic and unwanted cars to and from the Downs and the school at peak hours. We have it good on Sawyer Road right now. Why would we want it to change? When somebody buys a house, that is what they signed up for, not some huge transformation that makes everything more crowded and more busy. I also do not want the council to grant any zoning changes or access to Sawyer Road because the voters are not going to pass the school. This thing's going down like a fat kid on a seesaw. We don't need to give the developers exactly what they want just to watch the school go down, if you think about it. So, lastly, I have said it multiple times, but the crowded schools are a growth issue, a perfect example of why growth is such a detriment to the public. The developers try to razzle dazzle us with a speech about tax benefits of the growth, and then they act all quiet when it comes time to ask the taxpayers to pay for supporting modifications, such as the CEA, part of the TMP, despite their impact fee advertisement in the Leader, and a new school, which the school is not all Crossroads' fault, but it is partially their fault. The neighborhood schools should be enough. The schools are not the problem. The problem is the out of control and unwanted development. So it's not just by Crossroads, I get it, but it's by all of the developers throughout most of my lifetime, at least for this iteration of the crowded schools. I respectfully request 4 no votes.
Carol Gotro, 27 Jamico Mill Road, Scarborough. And if I need an extra 3 minutes, then I get somebody to stand up here with me. My point tonight is, I want to say that I think it's quite obvious to most of us that we need help with our school. We need to correct the situation that we have. For us to make a decision for November, I think we need, even though the discussions and negotiations are well underway to the point with regard to the land deal, it's now using the term urgent. What I would like to see between now and November is the selected first place land option and the second one. And I'd like to see the bullets on each one of them with price, access, etc. I think the taxpayer for November needs to have something to make a decision with. I can't hand something to a taxpayer and say, vote for this. I should be able to hand over 2 options and get you to vote. So I think between now and November, the difference between success and failure on this project isn't going to be because we don't want the project. It's going to be because we haven't had something to compare to. I'm not taking sides with my friend Rocky or anybody else. I'm just saying that my decision will not be because I like or don't like Rocky. I would like to have our taxpayers have 2 options to select come November. And then if it fails, we'll know why. The land deal, in my opinion, is not a good deal. In fall of 2018, some of the members here
was suggested there would be a return on investment for the Downs project. I think it's time we look for that return on investment. We haven't seen any reporting on return of investment for this project. So I'm looking to suggest that even though we cannot change possibly our offers, or we might not want to, there should be money coming forward from the Downs to help with this land, this parcel of land. We contribute 40% of everything that happens to the Downs, back to the Downs. They need to come up with some help on this piece of property. And I'm not saying necessarily give it away. I'm not going to say it's worth $300,000 per acre either. And I think if Rocky and his business people came forward with a reasonable offer, like 150, not 300, it would be meaningful. So that would be my position on the land deal. And if I could I ask for another minute?
Our rules are to limit it to 3 minutes. So if you don't mind wrapping up, if we get.
Oh, wrap up, okay. Thank you for that. So we were talking last night in the meeting about the impact taxes, 3.7 and 5% to your tax bill, $400,000 valuation home. So I ran the numbers on a $400,000 valuation home with a mill rate of 15.97 per thousand on a 400,000 home value. And to make this relatively short, starting with 2023, with a 400,000 valued home, the tax bill would be 6388. Moving up 3% until we get to 2027, the tax bill would jump to 5.7% if in fact that's when the numbers happen when we take out the bond. Long story short, over a 10-year period, these numbers are compounding. Even though we go from 5.7% down to 3%, the 5.7 is already in the equation. That's a done deal. So 3% will be added to that every year. So the tax bill in 2023, $6,388. In the year 2033, it would be $9,000 for a $400,000 home. So that is that's the impact of taxes. And we're going to have a reval. I don't know how that's going to affect this.
Carol, I'm going to ask you to wrap up.
Adios.
But you do have another opportunity at the next agenda item
I'll be back.
to add comment.
I'm Sue Hamel, Bay Street. You know where I stand on this, but I do have a couple of comments and questions. Does the Downs know something that we don't know? Why do we have to make the zoning change and the CEA and TIF change by October 31st? Why would you think that is? And I'm not going to answer that, but and then another, just a comment. Has the Downs required other tenants or other buyers of property to make contributions to infrastructure, similar to what it's requiring the town to do? It just seems like a commercial transaction like that. You would have everything would be delivered to your door, all the infrastructure, roads, and so on. But that's not the case here. But I am, to make these changes by October 31st, before the referendum, just seems, maybe they know something that we don't know. Thanks.
So I can say how we chose that date. So again, this land deal was intended to be voted on by this council. And so the intent was to ensure any actions that were incorporated with the land deal, that it would fall on this council to make those decisions. So that was the intent, was to try and make sure that this council is responsible for the land deal and also would be responsible for any subsequent actions that were necessary to make this deal work.
Thank you. Helpful. Emily Hour, 13 Tuckerbrook Drive and 237 Pine Point Road. So tax me twice if you want to. One of the things that I was looking at today before I came, I think there's still a lot of confusion about people wondering why we're still not doing the renovated schools. I actually printed out one of the old presentations from back in 2019, where a complete, probably at least half the people on the council were not here today, but they also recommended the consolidated school because of the cost savings at which they said over the 30-year period is around $230,000. So I think that's like a big number that I keep clinging to when people are still wanting to renovate the existing schools. The other thing I want to mention is, a lot of you know this because I've spoken a lot. My husband, my son and I have been here for 4 years. We are part of the problem. We are the people that are buying the houses from the developers that are very lucky to own so much land in a town that has 3 town beaches, 1 state beach. We're 9 miles from downtown Portland. My husband works in the Old Port, so he is a commuter down there, and we're an hour and a half from Boston. So we're part of the problem, but we're also part of what is making this community so great. The other thing I wanted to talk about again is, last week I spoke about this land deal. Again, I might hate the Downs as much as everybody else if I really dove into that, but I'm more concerned with the school that my son is currently in, and the schools that are housing all of our children and the portables. And I cling on to things when I look at the new presentations about how there's no safety corridor around the existing schools for emergency vehicles to get there if there were ever to be a problem like we see almost weekly in this country. But the land part of this is 4.5% of the $160 million that we're looking to spend. 4.5% is giving us the $7.2 million to buy the land. And they just sat here and told us that the Downs came with a price 3 times that. So I've personally bought 4 pieces of real estate in the past 4 years and negotiated a lot of deals. And I've never tried to negotiate anything with a business the size of the Downs, nor do I ever want to. But I can tell you the fact that if they're coming out of this, being able to use their own appraisal at a cost that is 1/3, maybe a little bit more than what the Downs originally came from, then that's our deal right there. That's the deal that they're giving us. And they could have said no, and they could have held on to that land, because you know what? We're not going to be able to stop. We can control the growth, but we're not going to be able to go backwards. And the one thing we need to focus on right now is the children and the teachers and the facilities that we're giving them to learn in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I had 3 seconds.
Hi, good evening. Frayla Tarpinian from Bonnie Grove Drive. Heard a lot of rhetorical questions with no answers, speculation, conjecture, rumor mongering. We can cast aspersions at the Downs. We don't have to like the developers. We can be their best friends. We can cast aspersions at heavy children to make our points. But let's talk about why we're actually here today. For 20 years, our students have not had space in their schools. Every single year, there are going to be a larger number of kindergartners entering these schools. In a very short amount of time, there is no more space to put the little bodies at the desks in the school. And so we're going to spend a lot of money trying to find other temporary classrooms on some other theoretical campus, because there's nothing left at our 3 primary schools to do that. We have a 20-year problem in the making. All I hear is delay, delay, delay. Let's fight about the land a little more. Let's try to eke out the cost of this a little bit more. We are here because it's a crisis. We need space to put our children. We have the opportunity to take very old, out of date schools that are falling apart and create a state-of-the-art institution, which in the Councillor Hamill's own words is ideal. And he sat through the process. I've seen him at most of the meetings. It is time that we act right now to make sure that our children have a place to go to school in 5 years, in 10 years, in 25 years. The amount of work that's been done is completely available on the website. There have been a number of ways to get the information if you have questions, and there's a number of people willing to speak with you if you want more information. Most of the things that have been raised are on the website right now in terms of cost, in terms of comparing the different sites, all of that information. You can quibble about the placement of the school or whatnot, but what are we going to do in 4 years if we don't act now? And how much are we going to spend temporarily trying to fix that problem and then building the school that has to be built. The time is now. There is no more time to keep delaying. And the more we delay, the more we're going to spend and the more our children are going to suffer. Thanks.
Right. Ms. Lindstrom, I see you have your hand raised online. Okay, if you unmute yourself, you should be able to speak.
Perfect. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. Just really quickly, I really speaking to you counselors, and I'm going to be honest to the people in the audience, this is a time where we have to separate emotion from what we're actually trying to do here. The emotion of the situation, how we feel about the downs, how we feel about the development that's going, quite frankly, has to go to the back burner. We have a very real problem right now, and you are in this very unique position to where you can help us to solve the problem. I heard somebody said, just don't do this now and postpone a year. Well, that doesn't help with the problem that's coming. Just because if you follow that advice and you vote no tonight, that doesn't mean the kids are going away. In fact, that means the kids are still coming and now we don't have a solution. So sure, we can quibble over a fair market appraisal, but it's a fair market appraisal. We've got to start separating the logic from the emotion of the situation. Thank you.
All right. Is there anyone else who would like to comment on this item? No? All right. All right. With that, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Counselor Katarina?
Yeah, people who know me know that I usually speak off the top of my head and tell you exactly what I think. I did prepare a statement, so bear with me. I have received multiple emails, messages, and calls related to the process being discussed this evening. I thank all of those who have submitted their thoughts and opinions. I will attempt to answer these emails with my opinion tonight of the matter at hand. I was a member of the town council that approved the credit enhancement agreement between the town and Crossroads Holding in 2018. When the Downs was purchased by the development group, there was a possibility that the site would be built out with hundreds, and I mean hundreds, of large single-family homes, which would have overwhelmed not only the schools, but the town infrastructure and services. To more efficiently direct development of the parcel in a manner that would benefit Scarborough, a deal was struck that included amongst other things, excuse me, a credit enhancement agreement, which limited the number of single-family homes that could be built. And if you look at the CEA, which I have a copy of here, that was 750 single-family homes is the limit. It sheltered a portion of the assessed value in a TIF, which lowers our tax liabilities to the state and increases revenue sharing and school aid. In addition, the town agreed to refund, if you will, a proportion of taxes to Crossroads Holdings. They in turn are required to not only develop the Downs in a manner that is beneficial to Scarborough, but they must take that portion of the tax money and invest it in infrastructure that would otherwise have to be paid by the town, such as sewer, traffic improvements, roads, and the like. The town got what we wanted from the design of the development, and the developers were incentivized to deliver. The Downs is now valued exponentially higher than its original value. In fact, we had figures tonight that showed that they are valued at $178.5 million. This benefits our tax base, even with the CEA in place. Your taxes have remained stabilized in part due to this process. As regards the contention that Crossroads Holdings should be donating the land, nowhere in the CEA was a donation required. Per section 8.16 of the CEA, I quote, "The town agrees to undertake a public process to define and refine the elements and costs of a school building project to be located on the developer property. The developer agrees to reserve land within the developer property for the inclusion of a site suitable for a school and associated supporting land within the approved master plan," end quote. The question has also arisen regarding what the developer paid for the land being proposed. As a real estate professional, I can tell you in no uncertain terms that what one pays for a property has nothing to do with its value at resale. I bought my house for what, $105,000 37 years ago. You can be darn sure it's worth more than that now. The market dictates value and takes into consideration future potential, improvements, demand for the parcel, and other considerations. The $7.3 million being offered is in line with what our appraiser gave as an estimated value. The Crossroads appraisal was over twice that value. We refused to go higher, and Mr. Anderson outlined that for you. Regarding the Trackview Terrace entrance option, I am not opposed to making this one of the entrances of the school. This private way appears to have many conflicting easements and confusions regarding boundaries and title. The owners of houses along this road have been approached by both Mr. Hall and Mr. Anderson regarding the possibility that Scarborough will take an easement through eminent domain. And people all think we just go in and seize property, and that's not how it works. It's a process that requires the municipality to pay fair market value for any land taken. It is my understanding that no houses are being taken. Further, I understand that this easement will be to construct a road and bring in utilities, including sewer, that does not currently exist for the, I believe it's 5 houses on the private right of way. I have thought long and hard about the letter of intent and have researched the upside and downside of all options, including acquiring the land through eminent domain. As mentioned previously, eminent domain requires paying market price. There are too many variables surrounding the eminent domain process, including making adversaries of all parties and potentially racking up incredible legal fees. There is also a softening of language within the LOI that allows for exploring other possible entrance options other than Trackview Terrace, which I'm willing to look at. It is not a perfect agreement, but no negotiation ever is. I personally find the LOI acceptable in order that the matter of constructing a consolidated school may go to the voters. After all, it's not my opinion, nor the opinion of this town council that matters. It is the opinion of the voters of Scarborough. So I urge my fellow councilors to support this LOI and to support putting the consolidated school to the vote. And personally, I support the whole project. So thank you. That's it.
Any other discussion?
I have a question.
Councilor Hamel?
I know we moved very quickly from your rather thorough statement and description of the journey that we've taken. But I'd like to propose an amendment to the option, to the purchase option agreement. And I'd like to do that now. I'm not sure if that's appropriate procedurally, but I believe there are at least 2 things in here that shouldn't be there. And they include zoning adjustments and TIF district adjustments and amendments that we're being required to complete as, under item 9, buyer's conditions to closing, according to this, the current purchase option agreement. I don't know how we do that because it would in fact be obligating future councils to do things. And we haven't even really gotten a good figure on how much that's worth to the Downs. No one seems to care, which is really surprising to me. I mean, I like the statistic that Jean Marie shared, that they, you know, that their property is worth now 175 million, okay? They bought 550 acres for 5.5 million. That's a pretty nice return. So whether they were committed to give us anything, you know, according to the CEA, and I was there too, I voted on that, and I was one of the three people who voted against it. And I didn't change my vote along the way from first and second reading. Okay, it was only the second reading, as I recall. And the thing that, so I'm not going to go on about that, but I'm astounded that we're just moving forward. I've had this conversation with you personally, John, and with the town manager in our leadership team meetings. I have appealed to you to add more process than, you know, one series of 3-minute comments from the public. And you refused to add additional meetings. We refused to add additional comment. We had a workshop. I thought there was going to be an opportunity for the public in the workshop, and we blew through a presentation that I've seen at least 10 times from the building committee. So I'm, you know, I'd like to make a change to this purchase option agreement before we vote on it.
What is your motion?
My motion is to strike on page 173 of the town council agenda PDF. It's under item number, it's under number 9, buyer's conditions to closing. It's under letter F and letter G. I think those should be stricken completely and we should not be making any commitments to the Downs prior to the vote.
I'll second. All right, any discussion? Councilor Clucci?
Yeah, I didn't come prepared to amend the option because it's incredibly complicated, but I can tell you that's the section that I can't get over. I can't think work. Because I can't make a promise to you that I'm going to change your zoning because I need to have a public process to inform that decision. So you can't preempt that cycle. Whether it's legal or not, I don't know. I don't think it should be. So I don't think it belongs in this document. So I'd support the option. I don't know what that means if the Downs would be in another situation where they're not going to sign it, but I would support striking that. So.
Yeah, this is the center of my angst as well over this LOI, and it has to do with those two sections. And specifically, we're basically conceding these items to them, a zoning change and the TIF revision, even if this fails at bond. If it goes to the voters and fails, it doesn't matter. We're handing this to them. This is just part of what they're going to get out of this. It also binds the future councils, and it kind of bypasses our public process along the way. So those two sections in particular give me heartburn. That's how I feel about that document.
So my reaction to the request is twofold. The first one is this essentially would not be a signed agreement at this point if we modified it, which means the school would not go to ballot. So that is the one thing I am not.
We're going to vote on whether the school goes to ballot after.
We will
So
vote. So I can't presume that you're
because-
correct.
yeah.
But that puts that
You
at
might
risk.
support going back.
Yeah, that might be an issue for me personally, if we don't have a clear land deal in place. The other piece is these items still have to go through the public process. So if this land deal passes as is tonight, if the council ultimately decides when those items come forward and votes them down, then it's the same effect as this land deal not being in effect, and they could walk away. So
Call the question.
again,
The time is now. Call the question.
all right,
I
all those.
haven't-
So in order to call the question, that requires a super majority vote. So all those in favor of calling the question? All those opposed? All right, looks like 5s and 1 no vote. Or 6s and 1 no vote. So I'm guessing we're not calling the question. Discussion continues.
I guess I'm taken back a little bit by the proposal to remove those two portions, just because we have had the agenda and the full purchase agreement for quite a while now as a full council. There are several other amendments that appeared in the packet for our consideration. I think that this is quite a substantial move to make in real time, I think it's gonna have a ripple of consequences. I had already publicly stated that if we do not come to a conclusion where we have a land agreement, that I probably will not be comfortable sending the school to referendum, and that's a lot to think about in 20 seconds while someone screams, call the question. And so I am not in favor of making such a drastic change on the fly.
All right, any more discussion? Counselor Katarina?
I'm not a lawyer, but one of the things I noted that under sections F and G, it does talk about how any future zoning adjustments and ordinance amendments with effect to reverse or undoing actions of buyer that are described in this provision shall be deemed a breach of buyer's obligations hereunder, for which a seller shall be permitted to terminate this agreement. So, okay, so we wouldn't have had an agreement anyway if we got to that point. So that's why I'm like, just let it be. This is a way out. On both that and on the TIF amendment.
What's
So-
Counselor Katarina, can you turn on your mic, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have such a loud voice, I forget. So that's why I would feel, and working with contracts all the time, myself and my professional basis, what we have here, we don't have an agreement. They came back to us with an offer is what it amounts to. They've offered us the deal that's before us now with their signature on it. And it's up to us whether we accept it or not. And if we change it, then we haven't accepted their offer, so it leaves it wide open. And I'm not willing to do that at this point. I think there's a way out. I think we're okay. I'm not worried about it, so I'm ready to move forward.
Counselor McGee?
What you were saying about how both of those would still go for public opinion before you got cut off about 5 minutes ago. You were saying that if they approve the land deal.
Have we recognized this person, please, from,
Sorry.
can we at least recognize her? And
Well, let's continue our deliberation. I'm sorry, we're gonna have to, right now, it's the council deliberating. So Counselor McGee, you had your hand raised.
So I understand the idea behind this, which was if we give you these 22 acres, right? And we being the Downs, we have these acres over here. We're kind of foregoing some of the TIF and the CEA involved and the zoning. So if we give you that, can I give you, can you make this part of it? So we're not really losing out here, quote unquote, right? I've got no problem with that concept in general. My problem, I think, is more the construct of this, which is they get this out of the gate, regardless of whether this deal goes through. And I think that's where I have the stumbling block. So if there's a way to remedy some of this through language, stating that I'm okay with these types of issues as long as it goes to the proper public channels and the council at the time approves it and the referendum passes, I've got no problem doing that swap in theory. It's hinting to them before we even know if this will go anywhere. And that's and not being able to undo it, because undoing it says it's a breach of this entire contract. So it actually tries to bind hands of future councils. And that's also a big no-no.
So it's a condition of being able to go to closing with them on this particular agreement. So if this condition is not met, this agreement is essentially null and void, and we don't go to closing. That's essentially what the language Jean Marie was referring to. Is this is one of their conditions, that these changes need to be in effect for us to go to closing, to close on the land.
but don't those changes go into effect and they get the land, they get a replacement for the 22 acres that's worth a lot of money, 106, I don't know what the exact figure, but it's worth a lot of money. And tens of millions of dollars to them in terms of units, 475 additional units. Now, obviously, they'd be obligated by the GMO, but that's currency. That has value. They take that to the bank, literally. They take that to the bank. It's a value to them. And it's very similar to what they're doing in general, and it's using the town as a bank, okay? And that we have no business doing that. So I'm not going to go off on a tangent, but I think these two things should have been stricken before. Counselor Seiler is correct. We've had this for a while, but you know something? It's made no sense for a long time. And the public just saw it about a day or two ago. There's no excuse for that. And we've curtailed the public
So
process.
point of information, the public had the LOI with this information in it since May. So this has been out in the public,
It's two
including
different documents, and if you assume
including
the public knows
Council
the
Hammerl,
difference between an
I'm gonna
LOI.
remind you of the rules, no interruptions during the council rules. Zoning, so again, that information was shared with the public back in May. And when that was shared, we did have the financial analysis that indicated the surplus that I mentioned earlier in my comments. So the analysis was done by Sedco. That analysis is available online. It was in the May packet. So if anybody has interest in actually digging into the numbers to understand what the benefit is to the Downs and to the town, that work has been done. It's out there. It is, you know, clearly not understood by everybody on this dais right now, unfortunately, but that information is there. The work has been done.
If you think that the people in town, the average person, follows this as closely as you described in your preamble, that is, I can't believe it, okay? Most people are dealing with coming off a holiday weekend, getting their kids back in school, and we expect that they've read, you know, a 17-page document that doesn't make any sense. And you're expecting them to understand the trail from an LOI to a purchase option agreement to now what we've got in front of us is going to be a motion to put it on the ballot. And that this is just a straight line from here to success in terms of putting this project over the line. I don't agree with that in any way.
Right.
And I don't think, if you ask the average person where they are on this, they're at ground zero.
All right. Is there any other discussion on the amendment that we're debating right now?
Yeah, so, well, one would be a question. So the potential for zoning changes isn't new information. That came up very early in the process, like you said. But I guess the question I have is, why didn't we start the public process to make that a reality back in May? So that this agreement could then be clean. And there's probably a reason for that, because we didn't want to give it away. And I think that's the same part that I'm kind of getting stuck on. And I've been adversely affected by zoning changes that were kind of done through funny business. This is funny business. What if the authorization to sign the contract was contingent on these things passing or something along those lines? I don't think that actually solves my problem though. But it was an idea that I had on the spot that I wanted to throw out there.
Any other discussions on the amendment?
And just to restate, my amendment is to strike those two clauses that I read to Chairman Anderson.
Right.
Completely from the purchase option agreement.
Right. All those in favor? Oh, wait. Favor. Okay. All right. All those opposed? All right. Motion fails. All right. Back to the main motion. Any further discussion on the main motion? Councilor Clucci?
I think I got most of it out earlier. I want to make sure that we're talking about two separate things tonight. Okay, one is the need for a school, which is real and demonstrated and there. We need support from the voters to make that happen. And on the other side, we're talking about a land deal that I spent a lot of time trying to understand better. And the more time I spend, the less I like it. From my perspective, the town is in a better position with no deal and relying on the CEA. And the foundation for the CEA is the TIF district itself. Both of those documents require the developer to provide us an option on land for a school. And we have until next year before we need to kind of come to an agreement on that. This is throwing all our eggs in one basket with this vote. Okay, not everything always goes as smoothly as you plan. I think we have a stronger position as a town if the residents approve this, to use all of the tools within our disposal to make it happen. By signing this agreement, we are taking a lot of that arsenal out of our backpack. And so that's why I can't support the land deal. Now, when we get to putting this on the ballot, I hope I get an opportunity to speak, because I am wholeheartedly behind that. Okay, and so that's why I'm on this.
All right. Any other, Counselor McGee?
Yeah, I'm thankful for the clarification that this really is two separate things. We have a land deal and we have a school bond question. Yes, they're intertwined to some extent, but they're really not. They are separate entities. I am with Councilor Calucci on this one. I am way more comfortable with the overall idea of asking the voters for money to pursue the land and the school, but maybe not so specifically this parcel of land or this deal in particular. So for what it's worth, I appreciate that somebody else up here sees these as two very different subjects to vote on tonight.
I don't know if we're supposed to have just taken one turn. So I appreciate the perspective. I too went into this knowing that this is two separate issues, to be clear, but I went into this supporting both issues. So it's not that I don't think that they're separate, I just support them both. The idea to me, and I would kind of like to talk this out before the vote, because I want to understand better your position on this in terms of how you see this moving forward. Because later on in the agenda, we do have an order to authorize a set dollar amount. And without any contingencies for land purchase, for infrastructure, for any of the things that are built into that order, I'm not sure how we would arrive at a referendum amount that would pass a straight face test for voters. I could be moved, I could be shifted off from my hard position that I won't put this forward without a land agreement, but that to me presents a pretty big obstacle in terms of what we're even putting out in terms of bond language. That's a big shift from where we are right now.
Counselor Pucci?
Well, just to respond, so the question reads no more than.
Yeah.
And so we're gonna authorize the expenditure of no more than 160 million regardless. That's your boundaries. And honestly, a lot of these are estimates at this point in the game, and we're gonna learn things as you get closer to executing the project that we didn't think of, we didn't know. So you're always gonna have some uncertainty there. But what's not uncertain is you can't go higher than 160 without further approval.
Counselor Katarina?
Yeah, Counselor Seither actually strikes exactly where I'm at, because I support, as you heard, the LOI, and I support putting this out to the voters. I would have a really hard time putting this out as a bond issue, even though it's up to and whatever, because it's too loosey-goosey, as I've been saying right along. To me, you need to have the land lined up. You need to know, if I were a voter, well, where's the school gonna go? What's the land gonna cost? Where's it gonna be? So I have a really hard time saying that I would vote to put this out to vote without the LOI in place. I mean, you can try to convince me, but so far it isn't working.
Counselor Hamel?
I'm not gonna try to convince you. Okay, I promise you that. We're still friends, so, and we're testing that, I know, tonight. But I will say that this is a quandary, okay? We're at a point now where we've gone way down the road on a plan that has been fully loaded, okay? We've left no stone unturned. And yet along the way, it's been telling us in various and sundry ways, this is not going well. It's hard road. I mean, it's been telling us dozens of times, kill this thing, okay? Push the reset button and start over again. And even now at this point, where we're at the final hour, the 11th hour to decide, we're still struggling with it. So what does that tell you? That tells you that it's very likely we could be close to a solution, but this is not it. Shannon Lindstrom called me, and I got to give her, E for effort. She gave it the full court press. What will it take for you to support this? And I was, the only person that voted against it in a recent meeting. And I said, it'll take two things: different plan, different land. In other words, I don't like the partner that we have. And I think I don't like the plan the school has, because I think it's too big. I think it needs to be pared down some way. So I'm looking for that, do something, and the school has refused to do that, no plan B, or the plan B is portables. And the second thing is different land, and that means a different partner, something that is, or we take a different approach to that partner. So I think, the weird thing about it is I think we're close to a solution, but it's not this one. And frankly, it's not, I don't think it's what Jean Marie and Abel are suggesting, where we go to the voters and ask them to approve $160 million with no detail, nothing. So I don't want to argue against the original motion I made to strike that language, but I'm not in favor of this purchase option agreement going forward. I don't know where that leaves us.
So, as I shared when I kind of opened, this is not the perfect deal. For something of this nature, perfection shouldn't be our objective, because perfection is unattainable. And, any other time we take, we're not going to get a better solution. We're not going to get a better deal. We're going to put risk on the project if we did something where we didn't have an actual agreement in place. This is the best deal that the town is going to get, and this is the best location that the school is going to need to serve multiple generations of our students. We're paying fair market value for the land. That's what's in the deal. We're rezoning parcels that create greater probability that we can stabilize the tax rate in the long run, so that we can actually pay for the school and not impact taxes as much as we could if we didn't. We're agreeing to pay a portion of infrastructure that is required to make the school operate. We would have to do the same thing at any other site. Those aren't things that are unique to this deal. We would have to put forward infrastructure costs around that school in order to make it work for the roadway network that is required for that school. The committee chose the seller based on the data and the criteria that they went through in their site selection process. There were many other prospective sellers out there that are not willing to sell. Delaying this and would I think, again, put the ballot at risk if we went there with no deal, no land. Even the assumptions around the design are fully based on the site. We don't have a site if this doesn't go forward. So what are voters approving? Like, what are we asking them to give us $160 million for maybe some school that may happen somewhere, maybe in the Downs, maybe somewhere else in the community? I think that's more of a risk for this failing at the polls than it would be this particular deal being coupled with it. And ultimately, this is going to be part of that entire package. So if people really don't like this deal, then they can express that at the polls when they go to vote on November 7th if it moves forward. I acknowledge that there are people who don't have a positive opinion of the seller, that, there's been issues in partnership with the town. There's been a perception of unmet promises. But as some of the speakers said tonight, like, we were elected not to look backwards, but to look forwards. And I hope all of us tonight can actually look forward, bring something to the voters to make a decision if it's right for them. And if it's not, then we go back to the drawing board. Then we go back and figure out what was wrong with the plan. Is it not the right plan? Is it not the right site? But right now, the work has been done to come up with those answers. And it's our obligation to say, has the work been done? And do we now let the voters ultimately decide? If we acquire any land in town in any deal, even if we go down the path of not signing this one, we still have to ask the voters to support it and fund it. So it's still ultimately going to be up to the voters no matter what we do. If this goes down, and if the school goes down, I think it was shared, the Downs will be fine. They're going to sell that property to somebody else who's going to build more houses. They're going to make their money. So if we're worried about the Downs and them making money, they're going to make money whether this goes down or up. And frankly, the people who are going to be hurting the most are our children and our schools. And I know people don't like that we're kind of pitting the two against each other, but that's the reality. We have a crisis coming, and we're elected as leaders of our community to make these tough decisions. The fact that we're debating this, I think, is what we're supposed to be doing. This shouldn't be perfect. This is not easy. But it's time for us all to kind of step up to the plate, embrace the challenge, tackle it head on, and bring something to the voters that we feel like is ultimately up to them to decide.
John,
My hope tonight, Councilor Hamel,
sorry.
second time.
Go ahead.
My hope tonight is that the council will move this forward and voters will have the opportunity to express their view on the land as part of their overall vote on the referendum. And I hope that by November, the voters will ultimately put the educational needs of our children and the prosperity of our community ahead of everything else. So I'm going to support this. I think I don't love it myself, but it's a compromise solution. It's not a perfect solution. And with that, you know, we need to get something to the voters so that they can make their choice. So I'm going to support it tonight.
Sean, I'd like to make. one more-
Counselor Hamel. Did you? Yeah.
Well, I think a good compromise is one that leaves both parties dissatisfied. And I think that is currently the situation we're in. I am a new counselor, but I take our fiscal responsibilities very seriously. I have dove into all the materials and all of that. I think it is fiscally irresponsible for us to move forward and vote this down. I think if we do not move forward and push this and put this on the ballot, anything else is going to cost more. Delay, be it delay to this current unified project, delay into maybe improving. You know, I mean, it's also fiscally irresponsible of us to continue to put money into these 3 primary schools. I was shocked to learn we use impact fees towards portables, and that's another subject that is not a good use of taxpayer money. So I'm supporting this. This is not the best deal, but you know, we can't look at the past. It's unfortunate that we came to this situation and we didn't do better planning. We weren't prepared for the huge population growth. We invited it. Here we are. We have a crisis. We have to fix it. I personally want to stay in Scarborough. I think our property tax values are associated with our school system. I think we have a very good school system. And I think if people start to see kind of, I mean, we're out here now, it's out there. We have 3 primary schools that are in really bad shape. So, I mean, the truth, it's out there. And I think it's not going to be good for our town if we don't fix this and if they're responsible.
Right. And with that, I think everybody's had an opportunity to speak. I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? All right. All those opposed? All right. Motion passes. All right. Next is order number 23-091, 7:00 PM public hearing and second reading on the order authorizing issuance of up to 160 million in bonds of the town to fund the cost of building a new primary school and to place the following question on the November 7th, 2023 municipal ballot. Shall the order entitled Order Authorizing Issuance of Up to 160 Million in General Obligation Bonds of the Town of Scarborough to fund costs for a new unified K-3 school and renovations to the middle school be approved? Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right. This is the, sorry, did I do something wrong? Oh, this is a public hearing, so scratch that motion. Sorry, I got off. All right, so this is a public hearing. So if there's anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item, you can come up to the podium or you can raise your hand online and you have 3 minutes to speak.
Quick question, on the 160. Will that be a not to exceed? And I'll be more specific relative to the school itself, the 140. Will that be a not to exceed cost?
The language says up to, so up to 160 million, so it cannot exceed 160 million.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me.
Hi, Allison Bristol, 6 Bayview Avenue. I appreciated the discussion on the option agreement. I'm disappointed that the council passed it. And I agree that it's 2 totally separate issues. And so if we're going to put this on, take a vote on to put it on referendum, it should be treated as 2 separate issues. Because what you might find is people are in favor of the school facility itself, but not in favor of the land deal. And if it fails in November as a bundled referendum, then okay, you have to go back and change it. And what are you going to change? Are you going to change the school building itself? Are you going to change the land? You don't know why people will have voted no. So I think it might be a wise choice to separate it out and say, are you willing to pay $16 million to have this land in the Downs? And are you willing to spend 140 million on a new school. And I'd also like to take a second to address the that our property values are affiliated with our schools. And I think that, and first of all, we need a new school. I want to be clear that we need a solution to our problem. I'll put it that way. I get that. But there are neighborhoods in this town that the property values are not at all attached to the schools, whose neighborhood indexes when it comes to paying property taxes are the highest in town. And there's also 20% of our population is 65 and older. And these are people who are perhaps lived in their homes for many, many years and are trying to hang on, or they have legacy properties like they do in some of these neighborhoods that are trying to hang on. So I just wanted to dispel that myth because it's not totally true depending on perhaps where you live in Scarborough. Thank you.
Hi, Sue Hamel, Bay Street and Pine Point. First, I want to say to the members of the building committee, the Board of Ed and the town council, you've worked so hard and put in countless hours to get this proposal to this point. And I truly appreciate all the time and effort. I've attended a lot of the building committee meetings. You guys have put in, I mean, it's tremendous. And I wish that more members of the public, if they would just put in 5% of what you folks did, it would be great. Thank you. And I know that we need to do something to solve the school issues, but I don't think that this is the solution. I think we can do better. I know that nothing anyone says tonight will change the way this vote will go. It's going on the ballot in November. But, and there's so much to say about it. And I'm down to 2 minutes here. This will be the most expensive school ever built in Maine. It's not being built by the state like most expensive school projects, but by a small town of 23,000 people with no state assistance. The largest driver of cost is the size of the school. Our school is 193,000 square feet, which is 171 square feet per student. The standard that the state sets for a school with 1,100 students is 135 to 140 square feet per student. The school that's being built in Saco has 141 square feet per student. That one is also an elementary school being built by the state. I know the town has put together a model to try to predict the cost to taxpayers. But one of its most basic assumptions is that the town will be so fiscally disciplined that it will stick to the spending assumptions and the savings assumptions that are in the model, including setting aside $3 million next year in next year's budget into a reserve account to use later on the school debt. How likely is that when the town council tried to keep the tax increase this year to 3% and it was at 3.97 and is only at 3.77 now because of the assessor. Barry Dunn did not give the model an unqualified endorsement. They cautioned that changes to the core assumptions of the model would have larger than intended effects on the revenues and expenditures. Common sense tells you that it makes no sense that our debt can go from the current 89 million once we've issued the bonds this month to 249 million with the school, and taxpayers will barely notice. Please say something in plain English on the bond issue that don't include anything about what your what the tax effect will be. It's a prediction based on a model that could very well be flawed. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Lindstrom, I see you have your hand raised online.
Yes, hello again. So first I want to address a comment I heard earlier. I'm deeply ashamed to hear that a community member finds joking about a child's weight in relation to this school project acceptable. It's not something I'm proud of as a community member here. It's not something I'm proud to hear, nor is it something I hope to ever hear in the future. But I will tell you what I am proud of. I'm proud of the fact that even if we disagree on this topic, and even if we don't agree on what the best option is moving forward, we all agree that we have to put our children first and our students first. That's what makes me proud to be a part of this community. I just want to explain one more time why I think this is the way to go, that this K-8 strategic project in unified primary school is the best path forward for everyone in this community, whether you have students in the school or you don't have students in the school. I really hope the town council will make the best decision to move this forward to voters in November. This project is 10 years in the making. That's 10 years of research, long-term needs analysis, expert consultation, and insight that has all come together in this district-wide solution. This plan represents the very best investment educationally and financially for the Scarborough community. Unfortunately, should this project not move forward and brought to voters in November, we will not be able to bring the plan to life by the time Scarborough students and families need it. Scarborough schools will not have enough room for enrolling students in 2027 in the 2027 school year. This means not only will Scarborough not be able to offer students the educational structures they need and deserve, but taxpayers will have to fund triage short-term fixes versus investing in a long-term strategic solution. This is a strategic, district-wide, and community-focused solution. It will provide our students and community a solution that is built to grow with us and supports our amazing teachers and faculty in continuing to provide Scarborough families with the level of equitable, empathetic, and well-rounded education our community prides itself on. And quite frankly, what families move here for. Our students, the future members and leaders of our community are really all looking to us tonight to take ownership of this project, to move it forward. The vote tonight on the land deal and now the vote to place this project on the referendum are incredibly important milestones that will direct our path for decades to come. I hope we can come together with a focus on this goal, our students, and build the educational future they deserve. Thank you.
Hi, Marvin Gates, Black Point Road. I also sit on the Long Range Planning Committee here, and my name is on the comprehensive plan as one of the authors. And I attended the Q&A session last week that the school sponsored, and some of you were there. We heard basically the duplicate of it tonight. I mean, I think it was the same sort of presentation. And I asked two questions last week, and in a funny way, not to talk about myself, you're really fighting, getting tired of hearing your own voice, and also just the inertia, I think is the right word, of the process. And you realize, as some others have said, you're not going to really have an impact, so why bother? So I'm fighting against that. My two questions last week pertain to, that I'm following up, the model that was used to address the tax impact that the $160 million will have. And I asked, has growth, population growth, been factored into that model? And with a great deal of respect, Mr. Hall, you answered something to the effect of population growth is not considered in this model, which is very straightforward. And I have no qualms with that, except I think it points out that if this process were to take a little bit longer and such things as population growth were factored into the model, it may even be better, a better result at the end. Little knowledge is a dangerous thing, the expression goes, and I did some research. There's evidence in peer-reviewed documents that population growth does affect property taxes. And I'll leave it at that. I won't quote the facts and figures. One aspect of population growth that is touched upon here, because we are talking about Scarborough development and the school that is going to respond to this population growth. For example, in the Long Range Planning Committee, we discuss long-range population trajectories in Scarborough. And one of them is in 10 years, these are all hypotheticals. The population estimates are in the range of 32,500 people. I think that should be a part of our discussion. And I realize I'm leaving it in the abstract. How should that be a part? I get it. I don't have the answer to that. I just hear a silence in the area of the effect that what we're talking about has on our population growth going forward in the future. May I wrap up? I see this. Okay, thank you very much. My other question, I'll be very brief, was about, is this a Cadillac you're proposing, or is this a Chevrolet that you're telling us we should buy? And the answer by the assistant superintendent was, it's not a Cadillac. And I did do some research on this. And I Googled, and I'll be very brief, the most expensive public school built in America, which is out in Los Angeles, $500 million for 4,200 students. That's a build price, and I don't know if this is relevant, of $119,000 per student. At 147 million, not counting all of the extras, just the 140 million for the elementary school, plus the 7 million for the property, and rounding down actually, for 1,130 students, it's a build price of $130,000 per student, more than the most expensive school built to date in the United States. So I don't know if that's a relevant comparison or not, but it strikes me that we are being asked to buy a Cadillac. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, is there anybody else who would like to comment on this item? All right, I'm seeing no comments. Now may I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right, any discussion? Counselor Cucci?
So I thought I'd get this out of the way up front. It was included in the packet of proposed amendment.
Would you mind?
Can I make my
holding on
amendment
that
first?
No problem.
So I'm gonna go ahead and make an amendment. I'm gonna honor the school board chair's request to modify the number to better reflect the number that was in the presentation that they gave this evening. And so I am going to move to amend the main motion on order number 23-091 as follows. And it's, Liam, is there a way that you can put it up on the screen just so that I don't have to read the whole thing? Basically, it strikes through everywhere where it says 160 million to say $160,323,066, which was just the more refined number that was presented to us this evening. And if you follow the amendment all the way through, there's a red line version on the back. And town staff did prepare and reflect the interest and the other numbers that needed to change as a result of this amendment. So that's my amendment.
Can I get a second? I will
Second.
Second.
Right, discussion?
Yeah, just some discussion. This is noteworthy. We haven't even voted on the thing yet. The price has gone up. So this is, you know.
It was not my favorite thing to do, Counselor Hammer, but I'm honoring the request.
Well, but point of information, I'm hoping Tom can explain this. While the referendum number went up, the total debt service number went down 8 million. So there is some sort of
We'll have
savings.
Opportunity to talk about that.
Yeah, so it's a question. I don't know, Tom, if you can.
These numbers came directly from our financial advisor. I guess that we should have asked him while he was here. I think, as he said, there's any number of different options in terms of deferring principal. So that must have something to do with how we would propose we structure this deal.
Could we ask them not to present again, though, the school, please?
No, to-
That'd be the last part.
Yeah, so I can speak to that.
Okay.
So the number that wasn't on the ballot before was from the model,
Mhm.
which assumed level principal and interest payments throughout the term. I suspect what the financial advisor provided was something more along the lines of level principal throughout the bond, which is going to result in less interest.
Hmm.
That is just
Yeah, that makes sense.
So any discussion on this item? No? All those in favor? Right, all those opposed? All right, motion fails. All right, now back to the main motion. And Counselor Pucci,
Yeah, so this was included with the packet. I'm gonna offer up an amendment to the main motion, which changes the explanatory note and recommendations. There's two pieces to this, and I guess I'll cover the financial statement one first, which is just a striking language that's there. If you scroll down a little bit more, Liam. So when I read the financial statement, I don't view that as council purview because it's required by state statute. So that, to me, that's the treasurer's job. But they're suggesting that we strike this language. I had come up with it originally, but anyways, I think we found that it's not as clear as it could be. We think the language, I think the language up top is more clear in trying to help a voter understand what the impact of this project, taking on this project will be on their tax bill. And it's quite simply that it looks like it's going to go up 4 to 6% because of this project in 27 and 28. And that the impact is about $50 to $100 more per year than it otherwise would have been. I think the language reads by itself, but based on some of the comments that came up tonight, I think a little explanation might help with this. When we model the impact of this school on your tax bill, we already have a lot of debt, and Joe covered this a little bit, and a lot of that debt is coming off the books. So we have capacity to take on more projects without raising your taxes any more than we may have in the past. Now, the size and scale of this project, that's not quite possible. We have to raise taxes more than we would have in the past. And we wanted to quantify that. And it looks like, in a couple of years, will be almost double what the increase would have been. And that's a 4 to 6% increase in your tax bill. If you have a $100,000 home, it's $50 to $100 increase for those years. So that's what the amendment is. When you talk about other factors like population and other assumptions, all of those things are valid and those things can change. What we're isolating here is the impact of the school. Okay, so if the school comes in as planned, this is what the impact will be, and there's not a lot of uncertainty around that. If the world changes tomorrow and some other extraneous factors happen, then yes, your taxes might go up more than that. But it won't be because of the school, it'll be because of these other things that have happened. That's
can we get a second before we?
I think I just finished offering it.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
I
Can we get a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion?
Yes.
Counselor Hamel?
So, I spent a lot of time with John Clucci the past couple of years. I'm on the finance committee. I love 98% of the stuff that, however, this is not one of them. So, and I'll tell you why. It's well-intentioned. We want to try to model the impact of the taxes, and obviously there are a lot of people who are interested in that. But it's only a model. Number one, models are based on assumptions. That's one thing I loved about economics. I can tell you pretty much anything if you allow me to make certain assumptions. This falls into that category. There are several things, and I know there's been a lot of to and fro on this, and I by no means am an economic expert, but we talked about this earlier during Joe Katera's presentation. This model, in order to produce those results, will require 5 things. And those 5 things we've not really had a good record on. Number 1, increase our fund balances. Number 2, adhere to the spending targets the model will require. They're not in here, but they're built-in spending targets that show us we need to control spending. We need to keep or improve our debt rating. 3 years in a row, we're going to have $50 million in capital spending for the school alone. Okay, 3 years in a row, starting right away because we need to pay for the land. 4, you know, we're assuming we're going to continue to grow. There's no possibility of any economic slowdown. 5, we need to keep pace with our current growth rates. You know, and how many units is that a year? We don't know under the revised GMO. So other than those 5 things, I'm happy with the language. I don't think should be included at all. I think the model is purely speculative. We had people review it. We had Barry Dunn review it, and we had GP Cogs review it. Their reviews were, you know, were vanilla. They were like lukewarm. They by no means were, you know, we're saying do this. They're saying it all relies on the assumptions. And the biggest part of this is we're going to have to set aside money in the fund balances and then pull it back in to mitigate the tax increases in order for us to deliver the numbers that this model is proposing. So John, nothing personal, but I have those issues.
Right, any other discussion on this item? Councilor McGee?
I think my feedback, while that generally might be a more accurate statement, it might actually be more confusing than what's originally written there. And that's my feedback on that, which is most voters are in there at the booth. I don't think they're trying to do the math of 4 to 6% at $50 to $100 per 100. Like, that's a lot to ask of a voter. I think what they would prefer to see is a bracket. Hey, this means your taxes are going to go up between $480 and $520 a year. Like, that's the type of info as a typical voter, and I count myself as a typical voter who's not going to scratch out this math on a side note. That's my feedback. I almost want it spoon fed. So.
Councilor Seifer?
My feedback, I guess, as it turns out, is probably opposition to the amendment, is mainly based on the fact that I think that the assumption that we're presenting the fully loaded capital improvement plan, which puts the potential increase to our mill rate as a result of a potential community center and a library improvement. Nope. Okay, correct me, please.
Those projects don't happen until after these impacts. come
So what do you mean by that our fully loaded capital improvement plan?
So fair-
I took that to mean everything.
It includes everything
the
that we
debt
currently
that-
have planned and what we don't have planned, but the smaller projects. So it has a bucket for them as well. But the community center library would not take place until after 2028. So you can't avoid that increase really.
I see what you're saying.
By knocking those projects out.
I see what you're saying. So
To the point, to your
the-
point, that's what made you think of. right?
Yep.
So
yeah.
the next point,
Yeah.
maybe it's better the way it was.
Yeah. So I was originally supportive of this. And then I think the more we've tried to discuss how to communicate tax impact, I feel like in the bond is probably not the most appropriate place, and it's really up to the town, the school, the building committee to communicate that through other means for people to be informed when they go vote. I agree with Councilor McGee. I think even when you just look at everything that's in here, I think most people are going to read the first sentence, which is 160 million in general to vote, and they're going to make their decision off of that. And I don't know how much of this other information, while it's important and necessary, most people will kind of go through that whole thing. And I just feel like the sentence does start to open up questions. And so my preference would be to keep it as is for now. Right?
I can withdraw my motion.
Would you like to withdraw your
I would-
motion?
I'm fine withdrawing my motion.
Okay.
Yes.
Could I just suggest a clarification perhaps? Councilor Calucci was proposing language under the explanation section, as opposed to being under the financial statement. I might suggest that because this is based on a model, it may be better placed under the explanation as opposed to the financial statement, just a piece of advice.
If we keep the existing language?
Simply move it up to where Councilor Calucci was proposing his language.
Is the town manager allowed to make motions?
He's provided, he's allowed
So what
to
do we
speak
call that?
during, he's allowed to speak during meetings and
That's what I
offer,
was Proposing that in large part to your comments.
right? Would anyone like to offer that up as a motion?
Second person, the person who made the second withdrew.
Oh.
I will withdraw my second.
Okay, thank you for that. Is there anybody who would like to motion to move the existing language up to the explanation and recommendations?
I guess for clarification, I don't see the issue with putting under an explanation. I mean, where's it more likely to be read, I think is what's important. Where's a voter really gonna find that best to serve them? I want them to have information. These people have a ballot in their hands, you know?
The ballot will appear, I believe, on one page, so it's not front and back. So it'll all be on the same page, just where it appeared.
So I'll go ahead and offer that motion to relocate the statement of property currently valued at 400K will be taxed an estimated 16,588 over the term of the bonds, averaging 488 a year, from the financial statement to the explanation and recommendation section.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes. I just, for a point of information, that $500,000 home in the year 2060 will be 1.086 million. That home in value will double by 2045. So the so-called $400,000 home, I would suggest probably doesn't exist today. So is a median. So I'm happy with it. It's stricken the way it was without moving it around, bringing it back from the dead.
Any other discussion?
To be clear, it's not stricken.
Yeah, it's moving.
John's, well, but it's not stricken now because John's withdrew his amendment. And so if you would like to strike it,
It's there.
So what we're voting on is the main motion, and the main motion, that language is currently in there. And all we're suggesting now is to just move the existing language to a different spot on the ballot.
so if you would like to strike it, that's a separate motion.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm in a striking kind of mode.
Okay, but we're not there yet.
This motion, we gotta, yeah,
But just help me procedurally on this, so.
Sure.
So we have to take a vote on
Yes.
on this. I
the
did make a motion.
the chair will manage the meeting. So at this point, we have a motion on the floor to move the information. We have a second.
Correct.
So is there further discussion on moving the language up? Counselor Pucci.
So just like I said before, from my perspective, the financial statement is the town's domain. It's signed by the treasurer. We shouldn't be monkeying with it.
Mhm.
So town manager wants us to move that out of there. I'm fine with that. To me, they should be the ones controlling what's in that statement.
Yeah. Right. Well, that, right, with no more discussion, all those in favor of the motion to move the language to a different location,
Move the stricken language to the different.
the existing language and the, yes. Don't look at this paper anymore. All those in favor? All right, all those opposed? All right, motion passes. Okay, back to the main motion.
One more time, I'd
Counselor
like to motion that language that's just been moved all over the place be stricken completely.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Thank you for your patience.
Yeah.
It's been a long evening
All right.
already.
No discussion? All those in favor? All those opposed? All right, motion. One. Yeah. So Counselor Hamel, would you like for the record to show that your motion was
Yeah, I'd like to. be
in favor?
voted as a-
Okay,
As a vote, that I voted to strike it.
voted to strike it. So
Thank
one in favor, 6 nays, motion fails.
And I have no problem with this, really. Okay, thank you.
All right, back to the main motion. Any discussion? You guys know what we're talking about?
We are
School ballot, right?
Yeah.
talking about the school ballot.
All right. Counselor McGee.
Just to clarify before I get into this. This is, we're actually now talking about the main motion to send 160 million to the voters.
Yes.
All right.
Yep.
All right, so I forget that microphone. All right, so I want to say, I'm going to start, I prepared a statement because my mind can get a little scattershot at times and there's points I don't ever want to forget. So first thing I want to say though, is I appreciate all the efforts up here through the negotiations, even though I might not have loved where the land deal ended up. I know how much effort and back and forth and, perseverance it really took members of this body. And and then building committee and school committee, all of the years of effort, and also fielding all our questions. Some of that invisible work that goes on behind the scenes was all of us as counselors firing off questions and poking and prodding and making sure your business case was solid. And that doesn't always get seen or acknowledged by the public. And not only have you gone through the public process, but you've also had to take fire from us and our questions and making you do more research. So I appreciate all those efforts. So that said, here's the statement I came up with much earlier in the day. And it's a bit Jekyll and Hyde. I know people are going to scratch their head in a minute. But I mean this. So the topic of sending a bond question to the voters regarding the construction of a unified K-3 school and the middle school renovations is one that I've struggled with for months. I, like all of you here, have my opinions largely formed as to whether or not the plan put forward by the school board and the respective building committee is ultimately the right approach for this community. On one hand, it appears to achieve a few big objectives. It addresses current and future overcrowding. It allows for more streamlined delivery of services to our children. It provides an excellent facility for both students and teachers. It contains a relatively convenient location and acts as a permanent solution for decades to come. On the other hand, detractors can point to a multitude of issues that leave them believing a better solution for our schools exists and should be pursued. Many in this town will take issue with the cost of the project. Some will disagree with the location or the cost of the land. Some will rightfully be concerned about the impacts to the surrounding neighborhoods. And still many others would prefer to keep the neighborhood schools altogether. What I do know for sure is a perfect solution that incorporates each person's preferences does not exist. The ultimate question before this council is whether to send this item to the people for a vote. It is the recommendation of the school building committee. The school board has endorsed and officially requested that we place this item on the ballot for consideration. My vote as a council member this evening is not an endorsement of this plan, but rather an acknowledgement of the research, the efforts, the recommendations made by members of our community, our volunteers, that we have this plan reviewed by the public. As a council, we have asked the difficult questions, requested a business case to be developed. We have scrutinized the findings of the committee and the school board. It's our responsibility as residents and taxpayers of Scarborough to make an informed decision. I implore each voter to take the time to understand the plan as presented. I encourage the school board and this council to be as forthcoming with clear and concise information so voters can easily access and absorb what is being asked of this community. Each member of this community has a responsibility to be a part of the solution, regardless of the outcome in November. Personally, I will commit my efforts and support the outcome that occurs in November. If it passes, we have much work to do. If it fails, we may find ourselves with even more work to do to pick up the pieces and start again. My only request is that we continue to be respectful and listen to the opinions of others during this entire process. We will emerge stronger and more unified in the end. Our kids and our community are counting on it. So, thank you.
Any other?
You can't follow that up.
Yeah, I know. Thanks for all of that.
That was lovely. I will say on the previous question, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pages of notes that I did not say, not a single word of what I wrote down to discuss the previous topic because I was so caught with the commentary and the interesting perspectives and the conversation and the really organic scene that played out. And I hope that what people take away from that is that this is a council that listens to each other. This is a council that respects each other. This is a council that comes together and tries to work towards a solution, even when we do not agree. And sometimes these meetings look sloppy and sometimes these meetings get confusing and we get tangled up. But I'm really proud of the conversation that we just had. And I'm a little disappointed I didn't get to say any of my 4 pages of eloquent support of the land deal. But I will say that obviously I am in full support and I'm extremely proud and excited for the opportunity that is in front of us now. I'm excited for the public to have the opportunity to weigh in and vote on this project. I am fully committed to working for the next 2 months that we have left to educate and inform the public. And to one of the public commenters points earlier, I will personally volunteer to do exit polling all day if I have to sit at the polls and determine what the public feels and felt about this referendum decision. And so we will have an informed answer at the end of the day. And so with that, I am excited to endorse this proposal.
So I wrote down like 30 pages for the last question that I didn't. I didn't- For this one, I don't have something prepared, but I have put 3 kids through the school system. They all started in kindergarten at Blue Point. We moved here because of the neighborhood feel of the schools and the small quaintness of it. And they did fine there. I grew up going to Catholic school. There were 13 kids in my class between 1st grade and 8th grade, and they were the same 13 kids all 8 years. So this is all kind of foreign to me, but that, those are my roots. That's where I'm coming from. I will say that my oldest daughter was the first class at Wentworth, and academically she blossomed when she got to that school. By the end of that school, she was extremely high performing. And we had the same story for all 3 of my daughters. So while I moved here for the neighborhood schools and the quaintness of it, I have to concede that the services and capabilities that you're able to provide at a consolidated school make a difference. And that is a real benefit. It's a tangible benefit that's, until you experience it, it's hard to kind of appreciate. So I started as a contrarian with this particular approach. I wholeheartedly support it now. So I'm not just, it's time to ask the voters what they think. I'm an advocate. I think this, well, by the way, forget about the middle school. I mean, 6th grade is all portables, guys. It's not a pleasant environment whatsoever. This solves that. And this solves deteriorating schools, and we don't know exactly what we'll do with them yet. We're going to figure something out. It's going to be a source of pride for the community when it's complete. And you see this happening in Auburn now, but the community is going to rally around this facility and what it's able to do. And so I hope it passes. So I wholeheartedly support sending it to the voters, and I hope it passes. That doesn't mean that we figured out all the details quite yet. Okay, so I hear you. The folks on Sawyer Road and Trackview Terrace. There are real impacts there that they might be rethought before this thing comes to fruition. I'm totally willing to help support that effort. And I think that effort should be done or should take place. We're sure that what ultimately gets built is the best for the community. So that's it. That's all.
I have 3 bullet points. That's it. I first wanted to clarify, because I heard a bunch of comments of people saying this is the most expensive school going on the ballot. This is the most thing, but it's not one school. It's a unified school, and then it's construction of a middle school. So I think I heard some breakdowns of numbers about cost per student, but I'm feeling it's a little skewed because, again, it's not one school. This is a project involving the building of a school and fixing of the middle school. I think I am a supporter of the unified school, as everyone knows. I think if you have a child who is in special ed, you would appreciate the facts and the meaning behind having a unified school. Having to deliver special ed services across the town in 3 different primary schools is very difficult. I can tell you directly as a parent, it affects you. It also affects the town, and it affects, the school is obligated under state law to follow these guidelines that I think sometimes they have a hard time following because they're spread between 3 schools. And also, when you have a consolidated school, you're more inclusive. Whereas when you have kindergartners spread across 3 different primary schools with different disabilities, they're not included and they can be secluded. And so I think these are the type of things that what type of, environment do we want to provide for our students and for the people moving here, and what drives them to be here. And so that is a big factor for me, is I think maybe it has been underplayed that special ed is really huge in this school, and it is extremely difficult, I think, to deliver those services across 3 schools. I also think sometimes it's hard to keep up with state laws to deliver those. And I think that's some of the stuff that's not being said, because it's really difficult to meet the needs of everybody. I'm a big supporter of this. I really think we have security issues going on at these schools. And we had Carrera come up sailing. He said himself, you guys are an affluent community and you have 30 portables, how many? And so I think this is where we're at, you know, I love my primary school next to Blue Point School, but it's just not servicing what this community needs anymore.
Counselor Katarina?
Yeah, I'll keep my comments brief. As you know, my daughter graduated from Scarborough High School in 2009. I can't believe it was that long ago. And when she was in school, we had portables. And at that point, I was concerned as an educator myself, because I was teaching at the time, about, you know, how are they delivering, what's going on, the quality of, you know, of services was excellent, and it still is, given that we have such inferior buildings to work in. I find it hard to believe that I'm sitting here on a town council in 2023 and we're still talking about this. So I'm just gonna say my little mantra, which is, if not now, when? If not now, when? If we aren't gonna fix this now, when do you think we're gonna fix it? And how much more do you think it's gonna cost? So please keep that in mind, and I will be working really hard to get the school passed. I happen to also be on the ballot myself. And so when I'm out there, I will be informing voters on and listening to what they have to say. So that's it. I will be supporting this.
Counselor Hamel?
Thank you. It'll be no surprise to anyone that I'm going to be probably pretty consistent with my voting here. I can't support this for a variety of reasons. I'm not going to go back through all of them. I will tell you, though, I come from a background where I grew up in a small town, and I went to two schools until one behind my house and one that was about a mile away. It was a new school. In both of those schools, I had teachers who had had my parents. So in my town, if you got in trouble, the news was at home waiting for you before you got home. So I mean, that's kind of we're committed to education. All four of our kids went through Scarborough schools. They all, several of them went on to graduate degrees, one got a double degree. And our youngest, Art, spent his entire middle school career in portables, and he never complained once about it. So I'm not justifying portables, but I'm just saying we understand and we feel your pain, and we know this has been around for a long time, this issue. So, but I can't support it for two reasons mainly. As I said before, I think it's not a fair deal for the town. If you look at the details of the deal that we have in the purchase option agreement, not a good deal for us. It costs too much. We're giving too much away to the towns. We're giving away stuff that we should have been provided by them. It's a long story, and I'm looking forward to them reporting out on September 20th, so we can actually find out how far they've really moved the needle on shifting our mix of commercial and residential real estate. My guess is, it moved 1 point the last year. I bet it hasn't moved at all. They've made a lot of money. They will continue to make a lot of money. The one thing that astounds me is the fact there's been no discussion whatsoever from the school about the intrusion of a private party and our inclusion, our willing inclusion of a private party, a private, very successful developer in the realm of public education. I'm astounded that no one's raised that question or point. And I think that that's an issue. And the other thing that I will say is, frankly, among us, it's been a very lonely place for me to be in opposition to a council that, has a reputation for, voting things 6 or 7-0. And I feel no personal need to change my opinions because of that. Okay. I am quite comfortable, being the one nail that gets pounded. Okay. But I will tell you, I think it's a reflection on us as a body that we are so willing to put something like this forward for a vote. I know we did the same thing a year ago with the library, but there was much less at stake. But when I hear that refrain, well, let's let the voters decide, that's wrong. And I'll tell you why it's wrong, is because our role as counselors is not to represent the school or a particular deal. It's to do what we think is in the best interest of the entire public. And that's my framework for this. And I think what we've done actually in terms of shepherding this deal and attending all the meetings, I think that was required. But we moved beyond our role where we basically have the chair, flogging the thing and pushing it and promoting it. And I think that's one step further than where we need to go. John and I have had this conversation, so it's not a surprise, and I'm not trying to be critical of his leadership. I spent a lot of time with him and Tom, in my role as vice chair, which Jean Marie kindly reminds me has no real authority. So I'm aware of that. But that's my position on this thing. And I'm happy to, no matter what happens, we'll get behind that and we'll try to move it forward. So you have my commitment on that in every way. And really kudos to the Board of Ed. Their level of effort on this thing, and John's included, and many of my fellow counselors, has been truly admirable. So that's what I'm doing tonight. Thanks.
All right, so I am gonna read something. I might not read all of it. It's been a long night, but I'm gonna challenge Counselor McGee in his statement. So, this community has such an exciting and awesome opportunity ahead of us. Our community is great, but when it comes to our school facilities, they're clearly falling behind, and there's something we have to do. And if we don't do anything, it's ultimately going to impact all of us. The school has done an amazing job managing within their means, but with a wave of students coming in the next few years based on the enrollment study and the live bursts that are happening today in Scarborough, it's time to take action. The school has been working diligently since 2017. There have unfortunately been many starts and stops that unfortunately prevented the solution from coming to the community sooner that would have costed a fraction of what we have to do today. Again, that's the cost of delays, is the 160 million. Early this year, the council requested that the school and the committee revise their business case and make a more concerted effort on communications to the public. They've delivered on both. The business case shows that a four-school option will ultimately cost the town $230 million more at a minimum compared to the consolidated option. They engaged with a consultant to help with communications and are now hosting weekly forums to educate the public on the solution. I 100% agree with what Councillor McGee said about it's time for the public to dig in. There's a lot to learn. This is a big decision. The opportunities are there. As one of the speakers mentioned, we love to see new faces show up, and we really want to see the public really engage and learn more. Ultimately, the needs of our students should be unifying for us, not dividing us. And I get that everybody has different perspective, different values, and really the choice that you're going to make is going to be based on your values. As Councillor Hamel mentioned, he and I can agree to disagree, and it's not that I'm right and he's wrong. It's that we have different values through how we're judging things and making our judgments on whether it's right for us as individuals and what we think is in the best interest of the community. The things that I'm mostly hearing, I'm hearing four things consistently within the community. The first one is 160 million is too much. That's a concern that I think we're hearing. I challenge everybody to spend the time looking into the space allocation workbook that the school diligently worked through to make sure that they could classify all the space requirements needed to support the 1,130 students of our schools that will be there. Those numbers are there. It was a very deliberate build. Our school is great. Our schools are great at providing special services, which is unique to Scarborough, and those have unique demands on space and unique requirements. So as people are making these comparisons, when they're saying this school was this school was that, those aren't apples to apples. You have to look at our community, our needs, the services we're providing, and that's how we get to that 160 million. There is no excess. There is nothing, no hidden thing that is trying to be thrown in there to make this bigger than it needs to be. This is what we need to provide an education, a modern education to 1,130 students. Our financial model is predicting that on average during the first 10 years of the bond, our tax rate will be approximately 3.7% increase. That's remarkable. The fact that we're not all jumping up and down thinking that we can afford a $160 million $60 million investment and keep our tax rate that low. Look at what happened in Cape Elizabeth. Look at what happened in other communities. double-digit tax increases for investments. Even within their operating budget this year, Gorham's school budget failed multiple times because of just the cost to operate. Our town is in such a good financial position to be able to absorb this and keep that tax rate low, that I hope, while that $160 million price tag at face value is definitely shocking, when you really think about what that means and how this town has been managing our finances, we're doing it in a way that keeps it affordable. Again, for people living on fixed income or people, you know, who can't afford our 3% tax rate increase that we typically have, you know, that's a valid reason for you to not support this because you're struggling today. But again, for everyone else in our community, like, this is pretty remarkable, and it's something that we should all be proud of, that, you know, the financial management of this town has been managed so well. The second thing I'm hearing that we've talked about tonight is, I don't know if I can support this because I really don't like the downs. As I previously said, I understand that many are frustrated with the downs. However, I ask that you please put your frustrations you have for the downs aside and unite with me and others that the needs of our children and our community outweigh any frustration towards a business that I add does produce benefits for the community. And as town Councilor Hamel mentioned, come on September 20th to our workshop with them. Come and see it for yourself. They are doing things, and as Councilor Caterina mentioned, they are doing things that are helping stabilize the tax rate and fostering economic development, bringing jobs to our community. You know, this year we spent multiple investments from that new value that otherwise would have gone to existing taxpayers. So when people are saying things like, you know, they're not helping our community, they are. I challenge you, dig into that, challenge that assumption, dig in a little bit more and do a little bit of research. They are adding value. Come on the 20th and hear for yourself. Number three, what I'm hearing is the solution is too big and I prefer the community schools. The design of the solution, if you dig in and learn, takes that into account and make sure that our littlest learners have the same experience today that they could have in the future. The renderings are showing as much thought as possible. And if you look at them, the scale between the two buildings are different, with the intent of making sure that our K-1 learners, the littlest guys in Scarborough, have that feeling of the right size for the solution so that it's not intimidating. You know, it's also been a proven model with Wentworth to have that school within a school model. And as was shared with, as one of the counselors mentioned, you know, their child really blossomed when they got into that modern building with those modern learning techniques. I also know many are worried about what's going to happen in those three existing sites, you know, and I think that ultimately that'll be a journey for the town and the public to work through together to figure out what's going to happen there. And it's going to be a public process. It's going to require significant engagement. Doesn't mean we're going to sell the properties. And if we do sell the properties, it doesn't mean we're going to the highest bidder. We want to make sure that that community feel that people treasure so much at the current sites continues to be a community feel that they feel in the future. Number four that I keep hearing is that things are going too fast and need to slow down. This project, again, has been ongoing since 2017. I guess we are at the decision point. And so if you haven't been on that journey, I totally understand how it seems fast. But we've had several joint workshops in the past with the school board. The building committee meetings are open to the public. There's been several community forums to come and meet. There's an amazing website and a Start Here guide that gets you up to speed with any key points. You know, we've been very transparent with the public for the past 5 months on our process. That has been out there. It's been communicated. And we followed that process to a T. While maybe some people would like to have added more process, I didn't think it was necessary because we've had so much opportunity for people to be engaged and involved. And the good news is it's not too late to learn. There's still so many Q&A sessions coming, but you can also reach out to me, reach out to a building committee member, go on the website. This is a big decision for all of us and we all need to dig in and learn a little bit more. And at this point, the work has been done by the town, the school, the committee, and now it's time for each of us in the community to spend that time learning, understanding the rationale for the choices that were made, weighing the pros and cons, and ultimately making the decision that is best for us based on what we value as individuals. There is no wrong answer when you come to the polls. However, I will be gladly supporting this at the polls. I will gladly vote yes myself to support this. I've had the benefit of being involved firsthand with this project for the past 2 years. And I can say without a doubt, this is the best solution that not only solves the needs of our schools, but is also the most economical and financially responsible for our community. So as you dig in, I hope you will ultimately come to that same conclusion. All right, and with that, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? All those opposed? All right, motion passes 6-1. All right,
Point of order.
we are at after
Mr.
10 o'clock.
Chair,
Yeah,
yeah. I would like to motion to suspend our rule that we will not take up new business after 10 p.m. Oh,
yes. But you're saying continue?
I was saying suspend the rule. Yeah.
Yeah, we can take a break.
Can we suspend the rule and
Yeah,
then take a break?
yeah.
Okay, so I'm making a motion to suspend the rule for tonight.
Yeah. Is there a second?
Is there a
Second.
second on suspending?
Right? Any discussion? All those in favor? Okay.
That was the most
All those
half-hearted
opposed? Okay, motion passes. We're gonna take a quick break. Do you have one here? Oh, yeah. How's your flight? All right. We are back to business. So moving on to order number 23-093, 7 PM public hearing and action on the request for a new food handler's license from Mary Agosha Fresh Air Infant Daycare located at 40 Beach Ridge Road, Tracy and Paul Murray Little Folk Farm located at 192 Black Point Road, Chris McNeil Coastal Kitchen LLC located at 3 Commercial Suite 7A. This is being brought forward by the town clerk. Kristen is coming to the table. Sorry about that. Is there anything, Kristen, you would like to add on these items?
So both of these are being brought for the same reason as last town council meeting. It's just to be now in compliance with the food handlers ordinance.
Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? No? Can I get a motion?
Second?
Any discussion?
I'm just happy it's not another Mexican restaurant.
How would you start?
Right, any other discussion? All those in favor? It's unanimous. Next is order number 23-094, 7 PM public hearing and action on the new request for a new liquor license for Salt Pump Climbing Center LLC located at 36 Haggis Parkway. Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? Seeing no public comment. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion?
My husband's gonna love this.
All right, all those in favor? It's unanimous. Next up is proclamation. Next up is proclamation 23-003. Proclamation recognizing the career and contributions of the retiring town of Scarborough Library Director Nancy Crowell. So I'll actually be signing this proclamation and bringing it to Nancy on Sunday for anybody who's going to be at her event. So we can discuss that more there. But although is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? No, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion? Counselor McGee?
As a liaison to the library, I will say that just watching her operate, watching the people around her, an incredible career. So well deserved.
Yep. All right, all those in favor? It's unanimous. All right, moving on to new business, order number 23-095, first reading and scheduled public hearing and action on the new request for a cannabis establishment license from Cesar Napolitano, Perry Higgins, and April Arasati, Core Empowerment MEP LLC located at 11 Washington Ave, Unit 1 for an adult cannabis products manufacturing facility. Chris McNeil, Coastal Kitchen LLC located at 3 Commercial Roads, Suite 7A for an adult cannabis products manufacturing facility. Chris McNeil, Coastal Lab LLC located at 3 Commercial Road, Suite 1A for an adult cannabis products manufacturing facility. This is being brought forward by the Assistant Town Manager.
Just briefly, the unit at 11 Washington Ave is a new establishment. They're going to be manufacturing edibles. The other two, you'll notice that they have the same address and same owner. One is for a edible manufacturing business. The other one is for an extraction. So they require 2 separate licenses. It is the existing location. It's a location of a previously licensed entity. I don't have any concerns. The first has been inspected. The second one will be before second reading.
Are there any questions for Leanne?
Where's Washington Ave?
Industrial park.
Industrial park.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
All right, is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item?
Dana McKee, 309 Blackbird Road. Just one question. What about the odor situation in these, if these manufacturing, is that pretty well resolved? I mean, is this just going to be another problem? Thank you.
We don't anticipate any concerns with odor with these manufacturing operations. It is something that we vet through the application and licensing process, and they are required to have an odor mitigation plan, even if they don't expect to emit odors the way cultivation operations do.
All right, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion? No discussion. All those in favor? It's unanimous. Next is order number 23-096, first reading and schedule a public hearing and second reading on the proposed amendments to chapter 1301, the General Assistance Ordinance pursuant to Title 22 MSRA 4305. This is being brought forward by Liam.
This is an annual requirement to update the maximums. There are nominal changes to the overall maximums, housing assistance and food maximums, again, to probably track consistently with the inflation and the increase in those prices. Other than that, there are no other changes, and it's an obligation of the council to do annually.
Right. Is there any questions for Liam? No, is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? Seeing none, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? No discussion. All those in favor? It's unanimous. Next is order number 23-097, first reading and refer to the planning board, the proposed amendment to chapter 405B site plan review, section 4, performance and design standards, lighting, and chapter 405B design standards for commercial districts. This is being brought forward by the planning director.
Good
Autumn.
evening. Thank you. This is part of our comprehensive plan, Vision 3. So it's all about amending our zoning ordinances and cleaning up some, and creating some consistencies. So this is an ordinance consolidation project. This is the first of many that you will see. This has to do with chapter 405B. It's our site plan ordinance and our lighting standards that are in those rules and in our current commercial design guidelines. So in your packet are quite a bit of attachments. The first one is color coded so that you can see where all of the information came from and the process that we got to this point. And then there's truly a red markup version of what's going to be changed. And then the really large packet is the design guidelines. And that's an older PDF document. So we actually have to redline it and let it live like that until we eventually consolidate everything into one document. So this process has been very good. It started with sustainability, and then we were able to also have our lighting engineer on our planning board peer review it. It went to ordinance committee at their last meeting, and they recommend bringing it before you. Many of the changes have to do with really creating some consistency in our ordinances and correcting some lighting standards, some newer technology, some lighting levels. And so we're really excited to have this. I think it'll help our site plan process go much smoother with the planning board. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Autumn? Counselor Hamel?
Yeah, I've heard over the years grumbling from various people from, not that they seek me out, but I do hear this, and they say that Scarborough's design standards or science standards are very restrictive. Do you have a point of view on that? I know you haven't been, up here in the Pine Tree State that long, but do you have an opinion on that?
Our sign standards
Design.
are
Design.
design standards. No, I actually don't think they're very restrictive. I think they're subjective. I think that they're not well defined. And so depending on where you are and what project, you may find that you have to do certain things. And that's part of this exercise, is to really create consistency.
Right.
So that from the development perspective, when you come in and you look at our ordinances, you know exactly what's going to be expected of you. And it's a fair playing game. So maybe through this exercise, we get a bit more restrictive, but it's known at the forefront of the project. So.
Great, thank you, very helpful.
All right. Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? No? All right. With that, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion?
The only thing that I would say is I just want to highlight, because I think I failed to do this on some other previous work that was done, that this really aligns with our council goals to have our committees, set to the task of identifying issues and working with our town staff to bring things forward to the council. And so I think that this is a perfect example of just that. So thank you to the Sustainability Committee for the work that they did to get this to us.
Okay. All those are what am I doing? Yep.
Vote. Call the vote.
All those in favor? It's unanimous. I almost fell asleep there for a sec. All right. Order number 23-098. First reading and refer to the planning board the proposed amendments to chapter 405, the zoning ordinance, section 6, definitions, and section 9, performance standards.
So this one is really about seafood sales and farm stands. And this came to staff as a request to sell seafood from a home. And in your packet, there is a whole lot of definitions and rules that apply to different things. And this is an attempt to clean those up and to expand definitions and uses so that seafood sales and the proper definitions according to the state can be allowed. So the amendment amends the definitions for accessory agricultural activities to include seafood sales. And then it amends the performance standards, and it also amends the definition for commercial fishing and harvesting. It amends the definition for farm stands, and then it amends those performance standards. So there's a lot of repetitive information, but it's all to create this ability to sell seafood from your home if you have the proper licenses. And with that, this also went to the ordinance committee and was recommended to come before you tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions about this one.
Any questions for Autumn? I have one. So farm stands to have those are only allowed in the RF zone. Is that correct?
Sorry, I'm tired. So farm stands are allowed in RF by right, and then it's a contract zone and a special exception in R2.
And do these changes allow for farm stands in those, or is it still have to go through that special exception?
So you'd still have to do a special exception in R2. No changes to the uses where they're allowed, just adding seafood sales to them.
All right. Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? No? All right, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Any discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Hamel?
Yes, at the last ordinance committee meeting, I was tasked with getting some feedback from the Shellfish Commission on the topic of seafood sales at farm stands, and commercial license holders already have the ability to sell product at their homes. So they didn't have any strong feelings about this passing or cutting into their volume of sales on their own. Most of them sell to wholesalers anyway.
Any other discussion? No? All those in favor? It's unanimous. Next is order number 23-099, first reading and schedule a public hearing to adopt the proposed new chapter 617, sex offender residency restriction ordinance. And this is being brought forward by the police chief.
Good evening. The purpose of this ordinance proposal is to provide further protective measures for our citizens to live and raise families, with the safety of our children being of paramount importance. And the town recognizes that designated sex offenders who prey upon children may have a high rate of recidivism. And for this reason, extra protective measures are beneficial to the community and its children. The ordinance would restrict designated sex offenders from living within 750 feet of properties consisting of public or private elementary, middle, or secondary schools, and municipal or state-owned property that is leased to a nonprofit organization for the purposes of park, athletic fields, recreation facilities that is open to the public where children are regular users. A second component of this ordinance, which is unique out of all the ordinances I've looked at in the various communities surrounding Scarborough. The second component of this is in the reporting or the notification to the public when a sex offender moves into town and registers with our officers. We've set that setback of 750 feet of a radius, and that'll be included for, the notification to the citizens who live within that vicinity. And it's up to us whether or not we want to expand upon that 750-foot radius. So that's unique to Scarborough. And also unique to Scarborough is if a offender not only lives in town, but also works in town or lives in another town and works in Scarborough, we're going to notify the employers if there's a designated sex offender who is associated with a business or works for a business that provides services that frequent contact with children or provide a door-to-door service to residential neighborhoods. I'll take your questions if you have any.
Are there any questions for the chief?
I'm just looking at the restricted property list, and the only thing that stuck out to me is just that the community services, the hub is listed on it, and that's like a rental that's up in a year. And if this is an ordinance, I just wonder if that's, I don't know if that's really for you, but for us to decide, like, if we're including a rental property that, I don't know if we have to amend this in a year if we're not at the hub or something like that. That's just something that kind of struck me right away. But otherwise, I think this is great. I mean, I totally understand it and support why we're doing this.
It's a good observation.
I think I'd rather have it on there than not on there,
Well,
based on the survey, yeah.
We're restricting a property that we don't own though. So if, we end the lease in a year, suddenly
Mm.
the property owner has a restriction on it and they maybe want to rent it.
It may need modifications as we
And
go,
so, I
including
think-
adding a new school if when eventually
Yeah.
it's built.
Yeah,
Right.
let's, is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on this item? Unless there's other questions for the police chief? No? All right, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Counselor McGee.
Want to say thank you to the chief. Excellent work, Deputy Chief Grover, Liam Gallagher, Officer Greenleaf. They were all integral into helping formulate what we're looking at today. And of course, we did have some neighborhood interest, again, helping us prod this. This is a good move for us and appreciate all those efforts.
Mhm.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Counselor Seifer. Sorry.
Yep, I totally agree with Nick. So, and thank you to everybody who helped work on this. To your point, Karen, I was actually the one that suggested we add the hub. Because for right now, we do have children as primary users at that facility, and it was important to me that we extend the ordinance to cover that facility. With the understanding that, yes, that is a lease and, I'm okay if this has to come back to us. It felt better for me to protect it now and have to deal with changing it in the future than to not have it protected. So that was actually at my request.
I'm pleased to give some thought to that. I think it could be solved by just putting in parentheses during the town's tenancy or something like that, but that can be
Be an
offered in
amendment.
second reading.
And I just want to thank the police chief and Officer Greenleaf as well. What prompted this was some residents in my neighborhood who were experiencing an issue and were really concerned. They were very appreciative of everything that the police had done to support them, but they really were wanting to see something like this in Scarborough that a lot of our communities have. And it's great to know that we've even gone above and beyond with the communication and reporting and expanding the scope to focus on workers as well. This to me is taking it above and beyond what I was expecting. So thank you for doing it. Thank you for reacting quickly. Like, this was a very quick request that came forward. And again, this is what I get excited about being on the council, is when our community, and I see some of our community members out there right now who have really engaged and been part of our process and offer the support so that we can make these types of changes to make our community safer and better. So this is, to me, while it's small, it's for a big issue that's important to a lot of people. So thank you for working so swiftly on it, and for ordinance for moving it so quickly through.
Thank you.
All right. With that, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor? It's unanimous. Item number 9, non-action items. We have no non-action items. Item number 10 and 11, I'm going to combine standing and special committee reports and council member comments. Does anybody have an update? Counselor Seifer?
Communications committee, we are still in the process of working through the community survey. We were hoping to have it finalized and kind of ready to go out the door early September. But summer is rough, and scheduling with us to meet was a challenge. And then scheduling with the firm that's putting the survey together has been secondary challenge. And so we're going to probably overshoot our deadline by a little bit, but that we're still on the timeline that we need to be on to have our results by November. And so, it's a little bit of a setback, but nothing major. And so we will be discussing that at our next communications committee meeting, which is next Thursday at 3:00. And then my other update is Sustainable Scarborough Day. I am the liaison to sustainability. And so October 1st from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., they're having a ton of vendors come. They have people set up with tables. They're going to be doing electric bus demonstrations at Wentworth. And so a lot of learning opportunities happening there, as well as opportunities for kids to participate. And so I think that will be a really great day for them. And I'm really happy that they were able to get this initiative off the ground. And so I hope everyone will go to that.
We'll have a finance committee meeting next week. Primary focus is going to be our vehicle management, fleet management protocols and systems. We're also going to talk about, and you've mentioned this a couple of times, John, with the analysis that Karen did, and maybe GP Cog earlier, around the cost to serve and impact to the town of rezoning the parcels for the downs. So we'll go over that as well.
Counselor Shu.
Sure, I just want to mention that the Conservation Commission with the Scarborough Land Trust, the Public Library and the Friends of the Scarborough Marsh is doing an educational speaking series. So starting next Tuesday, they have one on protecting rivers and streams. And then on October 5th, there's one on the marsh and sea level rises, which is one I'm going to. And then there's a third one on November 2nd, which is on protecting the forest and connecting habitat, which will be really interesting. And actually some of the members of the Conservation Commission are experts in these fields and they're the ones presenting. So it's really cool. And the only other thing I wanted to mention about the Conservation Commission was what has been consistently brought up and we have not moved forward on is the ad hoc open space committee that we have promised them. And we have a lot of motivated people who really would like to get started on that. So maybe Jean Marie and I can try to help them get that on the ground and moving forward. And I think that's all I have for tonight.
Counselor McGee.
Just want to point out that April is not the only one with a fancy flyer. Transportation Committee is hosting an open house on Tuesday, September 26th from 4 to 8 p.m. at the Public Safety Building. And the purpose of that meeting is to meet your transportation advisors. We are looking to increase the bike and pedestrian access. So we want your feedback as part of the community. We want to re-envision Higas Parkway and how it interacts with our transportation system. And we want to help identifying mobility trouble spots. And that could be getting from point A to point B on your bike. It could be handicap accessible, anything that kind of helps you with mobility in town. Where are the trouble spots and what can we do to help? So again, that's Tuesday, September 26th from 4 to 8, Public Safety Building.
Counselor Katerina.
Speaking of transportation, that woke me up, made me remember that I did a video for the MTA, Maine Turnpike Authority. As a private citizen, I mentioned I served on the council, but to do with the turnpike bypass, and how that should help North Scarborough in particular, as well as, the adjoining regions, Westbrook, whatever. So stay tuned.
Great. Counselor Hamel.
Yeah, two meetings Tuesday, starting at 5:30, Coastal Waters, and then the Shellfish Commission at 6:30.
Great.
And they're actually, I think at these meetings, we're gonna be for the first time going online, I think, with Zoom. So a couple of the members didn't have emails, so I mean, this is a big deal here for those two committees. So.
Yep.
I'm really getting tired. The manager reminded me, we have a firing range committee. It's first meeting we will have had since, I don't know, 2014, maybe.
Oh, wow.
So that will be September 21st, I believe is the date, Thursday at 6 p.m. at the Public Safety Building.
Great. So at our next meeting, just for awareness, as we talked about tonight, we have the Downs and the Towns doing their annual CEA update. So there'll be a workshop for that. I think we're trying to also build in some time during that time for Nick to come also give an update on the revaluation that's going underway right now. We have a couple of resolutions. We're going to be joined by the U11 state champs and recognize them for becoming the state champions, as well as a proclamation for Sustainable Scarborough Day. We also will have an executive session on the town manager agreement. And then at our leadership meeting this week, was it this week? Last week? Tom had provided almost like a series of events related to the land option agreement of the different actions that the council needs to take. So we'll be starting to kind of chip away at some of those things starting on September 20th. So the agenda is already kind of packed and full for the next meeting. All right, and again, awesome tonight. Great discussion. I'm glad that we, worked through that. It's a big deal, big decision for everything, and it's great to see it to the community. I did turn in my papers yesterday, so I will be on the ballot, and I'm hopeful that I get to continue to work with you guys. And then there are also 3 other people for the town council seats: Katerina Jean Marie, Cushing Donald, and Doherty Scott. So there'll be 4 people running for 3 seats. At the sanitary district, there are 3 seats and those will be running unopposed with Jason Greenleaf, Benjamin McDougall, and Ruth Summers. And Portland Water District will be Leroy Crockett and Nicole Pellens competing for 1 seat. And again, if you want to write in John Clucci for town council, you can go ahead and do that as well. All right, with that, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Second.
All those in favor? It's unanimous.